Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. We're starting a new week, getting very close to the end of February now, which is the deadline for our demo that we're producing. I will be going to GDC next month, so this demo has to be in shipshape before then. I'm also working on a trailer with a bit of a production team that'll accompany a Steam page. So Steam page launch not far away. We've got some noise in the back. There's some vacuuming going on. Don't pay no attention to the noises behind the camera. And yeah, I'm feeling okay today. I think I slept well last night. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat and big on both Twitch and YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Big thank you as well to River the Links for the most recent follow and Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. I don't want to waste too much time today, but we have a meeting with the whole team. We've got the stand-up coming at 2 o'clock. It's now 1:41 p.m. So, yeah, should be good. Alrighty. So, what's going on? I've been doing a bunch of work over the weekend, actually, in all different places. So let me show you kind of like, I'll take you through what I've been doing. It's now the 10th, which means anything from the 8th and 9th is something that was done off stream. So that's literally all of this was done off stream since last time. So I updated the appearance of ensigns and their behavior. I was spending a lot of time yesterday, well, over the weekend, working on the visual appearance of those little ensign wispy things. They now have this very bright, sort of rainbowy effect on them, which I'm liking. I think it's looking pretty good. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. I did some updates on scene graph, so I had some help from Elzac to get scene graph up into a point where it's no longer losing position of our nodes, so our scenes aren't going to go missing anymore, thankfully. I updated the causality system to be more reliably referencing game objects and flags, which is actually a huge update. So this thing here, you can't even see it here because there's nothing in the scene that gets checked. But if I go to one of these other scenes, so it's quite, I mean, this edit is quite complicated. There's a lot of stuff going on, but there was an error with the way that this was built. This is like this took a long time to update. So this thing, it's looking a little bit chaotic right now, but it's accurate to the level. So what this is doing is it's showing basically all the things that happen in the scene and where they go. All of the things that check the things that happen. So the issue was that previously I was using the name of game objects to determine the things. So like, for example, I would like serialize if this is called entry scene, or on the entry scene, we have a thing called condition. So condition checks a bunch of things to tell if it can run a cutscene. I had another thing elsewhere in the scene called condition as well, and it was getting confused about which one was which because I was just using the name of the game object. Now I'm using the name of the path of the game object. I also I had to refactor the whole way that these get stored in the game. These are the flags, basically, the thing that checks the metadata for the quest flags. This state meta, this scene meta file has all the references to where the quest flags are set, and then on the quest flags themselves, these have, if we go over here, these are the flags, and we can see where they get checked and set. And these were also completely, like, all of this has been changed. It's kind of hard to even appreciate it as it is right now. So yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, it works. It works quite well. It's always been a little bit of a troublesome thing to work with because it's so, you're trying to do minimal work in the scene that's not related to actual functionality. You know what I mean? You're trying to just make the changes as they happen and do, like, you're not trying to scan every frame. So like this is a pretty neat scene in terms of the causality. Basically, you have to talk to Rose every time you try to leave. So you can see these lines show, okay, like there are some things here that blockade the way that you can exit the scene. And they check if you've said goodbye to Rose. So for example, I click this and I see, oh, who sets that? It's Rose. She sets that goodbye flag, and you can see it here. It's green, so it works pretty well. But it's just a bit fiddly. That's all. What else did we do? We worked on. Oh, there was a hit stop on enemy death. That when I had the segments, I just hit that on these dandelion vine enemies. Right, check this out. So these guys here, that's an enemy, but this and this are also additional enemies. That might be one. So that's like an extra enemy. And every time I would, like the way these work is when you stab them down. Oh no, it is 3. Each of those is considered an enemy. So in the past, what it was doing was when you stab down on it, it would have like on like a particularly long vine, it would go death, 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 death all the way up. And each of them would trigger a hit stop, which would make the game appear like it was lagging because it was like, it would chug, not because the game was slow, but because it was actually intentionally firing off a hit stop every single time. So I just took that away. We don't need a hit stop on enemy death. We've got hit stop on hit. So if you hit them and they die, that's good enough. You can also see this is the visual effects changes on the ensigns. They're looking pretty magical. I'm quite happy with them. And they know how to get back to their little home base. What else is new? Lots of work on Harriet. Most of this was done there. I also made an update to Retrobox. Lots of tool development this weekend. So check this out. There's a new bar at the top, like a task, like a file bar. Hey, Garbarius, welcome. Oh, thanks for watching. So the way that this works is this never used to be there, but I've got it here specifically for a new feature that we have in Retrobox. This is like basically invisible because it's all work in progress. But the way that it works now, previously, if I wanted to create a new retro sheet, I'd have to go new empty sheet, and then I'd have to drag a bunch of frames in. So like chapter 1, Harriet, boss. I'll show you an example of what it used to do that. Let's go new folder, Harriet, test. So check this out. If I take like a bunch of these sprites here, and in fact, it's kind of better if I go, I'm going to copy this, going to paste it in here, open it, export all of the frames, right? So now I should have a bunch of these unsliced sprites in the game, yeah? So I got all these unsliced sprites. I go 192, 128 at 0.5 for the pivot. I can drag all of these in and just go boom. Now it will automatically slice to those specifications and create sheets out of every single one of those sprite sheets for me to animate in the game. So I can now do batch Retrobox imports. That was like 20 animations, and now they're all just in out of sprite sheets. It's perfect. So I'm really happy about that. It just means that I can import things and prototype things way faster now, especially for really complicated enemies. Like Harriet, actually, today I completely re-imported all of her animations from scratch and made new animations out of them. So what you're looking at when I play the game now is a product of that, of having done that. So there's more. This is Harriet. She's all bright now. She used to be a bit desaturated. What else did we do? Update Harriet fight. I put a lot of effort into the quill. Okay, this quill is magical. Hey, Aisha Codes, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Check this out. Now, when she attacks with it, she actually attacks with the quill. So the attack is like that, and you can parry it if you hit it right. Check this out. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, it's really hard. That import took me like 3 hours. So being able to actually do the slice operation, like the sprite editor does this thing where it creates little sub sprites. There's so little documentation on how these get created. There's like one forum post. There's literally one guy who has posted how to do this. And I just like took the copy paste. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that are quite difficult. And so I actually needed a file mode now. Like previously, if you select a file in the inspector, that becomes the target. And then if you select sprites, it doesn't untarget the file. But now, to differentiate between dragging sprites into an existing file and making a new file out of sprites, I have to have that little X. So now we show what files open and there's a little X to close it. It's a bit janky, but you know, that's life. I'll make it a bit tighter when I've got some time. It's a super minor workflow, but it should actually probably make it easier once it's working. Or once I've shown them how to do it. Like Luca, for example, Small Ocelot in chat, he'll probably be able to use this on new animations for NPCs and stuff, if it comes to it. So anyway, what I got to do now, well, we've got stand up soon. So we're just about done with the things that have been updated. Let me bring this in, merge into development. I think, let's check fork. Have we done anything important? Yeah, okay. Okay, music, let's merge into dev. Scene graph, let's use the dev version, commit that, and then go to sound design, adjust ensign get compressor. Okay, merge you in as well. And scene graph, nope, choose development, screenshots, choose development, and then development as well, development as well. It's unfortunate. I can't actually. I got to choose the dev version of this. Should be fine. But then these, I don't think matter too much, but I'll choose sound design for each of them. Okay, and then commit those and we're good. Alrighty. I know, Parriet and Harriet. It's very It's a bit silly, isn't it? Okay, let's apply that. Recompile. Nope. Refresh, close. Okay. So we had, I don't know what it is that Morgan did. Oh, one sec. Yo, yo. Hey, Tempo. How's it going? Hey, Hungwin. Nguyen? Nguyen? I can't pronounce it, but I'm trying. Nguyen. So, we're gonna do. Oh, I was gonna test out some music changes that we had. I'm not sure what was done with the event to make this change that much, but maybe I'll go into like the different scenes and check the different metas. Well, that's a lot of stuff. Okay. I don't know how, I don't know if or how that's been done, but I'll go into Fmod and I'll check myself what's going on. Hey, Coaster. Music, Chapter 1, Exploration. We don't have any parameters, so I'm not sure what's doing the toggling. Oh, it's just another. We'll have to come back to that. Okay. Let's get back to the game. Let's turn that off. Let's bring some music back into the stream and go back to our boss fight. And it's time for stand-up, I think. So we got to do, basically, for those of you who don't know what stand-up is when you work in a team environment. A stand-up meeting is just when everyone comes together and has a chat about what they're going to do this week and what they worked on last week. Usually that's called a retro, but yeah, if everyone can stand up, I'll just shut my door one sec. Okay. All right, jumping in. In 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Luca?
Yeah, it's going okay. How about you, Adam?
I had a really busy weekend working on the game. That's all I did the whole weekend, but yeah, going okay.
That's good. Looks like you got a lot done. Yeah, looking great.
Less than I wanted to, but you know, it's always like, I think I fall into this trap of wanting to do a task and then budgeting my time for that task and then not realizing that, like, in order to do the task, I've got other tasks, or just like there are other things that like need to be done but aren't the thing that I wanted to get done. And then I don't feel good about doing those because they just weren't on my like hit list. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just things that depend on other things just come up, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, like I didn't intend on refactoring 3 of the major systems for the game this weekend, but well, it is what it is. All right, before I get too deep into that, have we got Morgan P today? I think I'm just going to check to see if she might have mentioned that she wouldn't be around. Yeah, won't be around meeting time. Okay, so we can get started. Cool. Well, welcome everyone to Stand Up. We are, it's probably worth me like throwing out where we're at in the timeline. So it's now currently well, not quite mid, 10th of February. It's a short month, and that puts us at like 18 days before we're hoping to drop the demo. If we don't, it's not like the end of the world or anything, but that's my goal. Hopefully this week, I say this every week, hopefully this week, we'll get to like end-to-end playable. Like I'm working on the Harriet boss fight now. But even though we aren't yet at that point where you can go end to end, it's been kind of nice to see everybody maintaining flexibility and being able to work on things that like are either side content or fill in gaps that aren't part of that essential main experience, which I'm really happy with. Other than that, I'm actually very proud of like the pace that we're working on and the quality of the work that's coming through. So it might be a tight one, but I'm not like particularly stressed about it or anything. It feels good. Outside of doing a big recap, I've been doing a lot of work with the animation team, like the cinematics team for this trailer that's coming up. We were hoping to be scoped for the 20th of this month, and it got pushed back to the 7th of next month because, well, there were just too many opportunities to do cool stuff that I couldn't turn down. we had like a really big trailer at one point, like a minute and a half of like hand-drawn animation, and then that got pulled down to about 7 seconds, and then it was like, oh no, we can't, it sacrifices too much to make it like 7 seconds, so now it's like 13 seconds. Yeah, other than that, me this week, I might be able to get the Harriet fight done today. Actually, I think I'm pretty close to done. And
wow.
Yeah,
Exciting.
it's I spent a lot of time working on this. I guess it's worth saying. So like that fight, you know, started as something that was in the original demo of the game, like 2017, at PAX 2017. It was in that demo, and so many things have been built around the game, systems and way the game plays since then, that it no longer really represented what the player learns throughout the chapter. And it's been really interesting, sort of like I've rebuilt that fight from scratch now, mostly the same as it was, but the underlying systems that it uses, there's so much more like opportunity to just basically just plug in like feedback that is just part of that system now. So for example, in the past, the Harriet has this feather, and the feather was previously just a hand-drawn sprite on the screen that just had a big hitbox on it. Now the feather is technically an object that is of type enemy, and when you hit the feather, you know, there's a little bit of a feedback around like the hit animation. The feather has like different states that it can go into. Behind it is like a magic trail, which is the same magic trail as the rest of the game's magic. So stuff like that is just, I think, reflective of the level of like polish that we're at. And although the refactors have been a little like, it's always hard to like go back to old work, seeing it like mature like this is it's kind of necessary, but it's also really encouraging. So that's going to come together really quickly today. And then I'm also working on side content with Luca and Morgan P. They're doing like side quests and crafting. So basically just, well, I won't spoil everyone's stand up, but we'll get to that. For me personally, beyond that, I'm doing the upgrade, like some of these things that we're doing for the crafting are like accessories that you use Dark Souls style to like upgrade or just do quality of life upgrades for the player. So like, oh, you get health back when you attack an enemy, or like you get extra money, or there's like a magnet that like sucks money in so you don't have to like run up to it. Stuff like that. That I have to code the logic for. I'm also going to be retooling like a merchant menu that's a bit more flexible so that different NPCs can all be merchants. And got to go back to that Ensign Crucible scene and make that work like exactly the way it needs to. So that's my week. It's a big one, but I'll pass the baton on to Elias.
Hello.
Hey.
Let's see, what did I just came off of watching the Super Bowl, so I still need to get my brain into work mode.
Cool. Did the people that you wanted to win?
Yes, more so the people that I wanted to lose lost.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly.
Cool.
Yeah, so sound-wise, I spent some time in Fmod setting up mixer snapshots so that in different contextual points in the game, we can decide how things are mixed differently. Mainly, it's just like ducking down music to make room for other music or other mini games when that should be playing. But that system is in and working.
Nice.
And then for this week, I've got a pretty big laundry list of stuff that I need to get done. So with the Harriet boss fight as well. So that should be lining up nicely.
Cool.
And yeah, that's it for me.
Awesome. Luca, how you doing?
Me? Yeah, so I've been mostly working on the item economy for the accessories. And just a bit of animation on the Hunden. But yeah, it's been interesting coming up with those items. I kind of just, I don't know, just plonked down what first came to mind and put it around the map. And I don't know, it's interesting because when we spoke about it some time ago, a few months, I think we originally aimed to probably only have like 3 in chapter 1, but it kind of feels okay to have 9 of them now. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see how that goes. But yeah, there's 2 more left that I've kind of reserved for potential quest rewards. So just depending on how those go, or even if Leopold is a part of that as well.
Yeah, I think like, especially because it's a demo, we can make it a little more dense than it otherwise would be. Like in the full game, maybe we can move some of that stuff out. But also I think it's kind of reflective of like how mature the game's kind of like content and systems are getting, that we can like make use of. Like we've got all these NPCs and we've got, you know, all these enemies in the game, and we've got crafting. So it's like, well, is it that? Yeah, it feels like a natural extension to add things to craft from
that's right. Like Pillar, for example, we know we wanted him to have 3 items, but they were just empty. So it's like, oh yeah, let's just give him 3 accessories and it seems to work. Even thematically, just by chance, it's like, oh yeah, all this kind of makes sense for him. And then and just the shops. I was going to ask you about the merchant. Did you really want me to try to design some random NPC?
Potentially, yeah. I was going to talk to you about that a bit later. But
okay, sure.
I think we've.
I mean, I have ideas, but yeah, just wasn't sure, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about him being a little slimy, but I don't know if I want to go that far. I think I'll kind of leave it till last because it doesn't have a lot of. It kind of might change the color of that first chapter a little bit, you know, like if the NPCs in the town are almost like in that villainous space, it might change the way that we think about things.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be too malicious or anything. Just I don't know, like he's still part of the, you know, Oranstead town, and or he or she, I should say. And whether or not they are going to be a reoccurring character later on, stuff like that. Yeah,
I have some thoughts about it, but didn't want to rush it too quickly. So I've done this little menu. I don't know if anyone's watching the stream, but it's like a simpler, just like toned down version of like a menu that you could have. It says bread, but that would be the merchant's name, and then it would just be the items, and then how much they cost, and you can, you know, toggle through them, and if you've got the money, you can click it and it'll say purchased or something like that instead of the item. We can get to that a bit after, but yeah, we'll chat about this week's scope after the meeting.
Sure.
Cool. And then Morgan.
Yeah, so today I really want to get some sketches down for the Harriet boss fight theme. I think you already saw the one that I posted, which was based on the little sketch that we somehow lost in the Figma. But yeah, I'm hoping to get at least 2 more different variations so that we have a bit of a mix of stuff to then chart a direction from.
Sure.
And yeah, I'm also starting to think about the Foothills music system a bit more, and yeah, how we can flesh that out to be more robust.
Yeah.
And yeah, I pushed just for now. The Foothills will, on the second playthrough, just won't have the melody, to make it a bit less fatiguing. But yeah, I'll get to making that more complex. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, nice. We could talk about that either today or whenever we need to talk next. But yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity there to play with different dynamic parameter stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, I think that's me for now. If anyone has any questions or queries or comments or concerns, let me know. Otherwise, yeah. Thanks for joining me for Stand Up.
Cool. Thanks, Adam.
Well, thanks,
Bye,
everyone.
guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
See you guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay, I just lost my recording of the stream because I ran out of disk space. So I'm gonna go fix that right now. It's not a it just happened. It just stopped recording now. Wow, yeah, fully a whole terabyte. Okay, well. I guess it's time to start transferring some files. I think the current stream is maybe a little bit. I think I upped the bitrate of the files. So right now it's a little bit. They're just all bigger every time I make one. But I can take everything from December and start moving that across to my SSD, not my SSD, my HDD. One sec. Yeah, video streams 2024. We'll see how fast this USB 3 port is. Only 26 minutes. But that means I should be able to start recording again. Yeah, we're good. Cool. All right, I'm gonna read some things that have come in through chat in the last little while. Ermir says, do you have any resources that you would recommend to look at building a custom animator such as Retrobox? Oh gosh, do you know, I actually built that solo. Like, I built that from scratch and I built it raw. Like, I didn't have any guides or anything. I guess the only thing that you would really need is you have to understand scriptable objects, editor scripting. That's about it. A little bit about like flipbook animation, which is very straightforward. Those are really just the two things. And it's just, unfortunately, a very complicated editor. It's just like Retrobox it's an application. You know what I mean? It's like it's a whole app inside of Unity, and it does things in a way that I built it poorly. Like, it's not great. It functions, but there are so many little things, like how this works, for example, where like there's no foundational UI framework that I'm using. I'm just like drawing textures and then checking regions where you click to make functions happen. So it's really, really rough. Even these inspectors, the little gizmos for the colliders, are like super hacky. Everything's a hack. Because of that, extending it makes it harder every single time. I refactored it maybe like 3 times in like 5 years. And the current version is very small. the current refactor is like very atomized. Lots of different things have their own different editors. Like this timeline bar has its own editor. This layers bar has its own editor. This has its own editor. They're all custom scripts that get sort of composed on, which is not bad, but they're not particularly, I still need more work done to make them all fall in line in terms of like an actual UI style, and then rearranging them, like adding this little file bar at the top. I needed to then hard code the offset for this properties box to be lower, but it shouldn't work like that. It should just like offset naturally. You know, it's complicated. So, Drongo Lightning, thank you so much for the sub. Cheers. How's the scene graph project going? Says Javi Wido. Also, thank you, Gangs Robin, for the sub. The scene graph project is, thankfully, very stable today, because we did a patch last night that there was like we had an issue where the positions of the nodes when you saved them were being set to nans, like not a number, which would set their sizes and positions to a default 0, like over here in the map. And so I'd be working on stuff and it would constantly be like teleporting around. Whereas now it's all stable again. So it's actually pretty close to like a release version. The only thing is we did some user testing in December last year and came up with some core user flows that we think a lot of developers will want around scenes that don't have player avatars in them and navigating between those scenes. And we decided that if we were going to refactor it to support that it would take another like month or so of development. And also we were a bit burnt out at the time in December, and my programmer who's been helping me on it, he had to do some other contract work in the meantime. So we haven't made any progress in the last 40 days since the new year because we've been doing other stuff. I've been busy on my demo. He's been busy doing other stuff. So right at the end of the month, we're going to pick it back up again and maybe get to something closer to a release, maybe do a round 2 user testing. But other than that, I mean, like right now it's working pretty well. It's very performant. It's crucial to the development of my game. We're just working through it. So, did I or do I ever struggle for motivation with this project? Good question. Oh, hey. Yeah. You did. You were part of the playtest. I think you were like the second or third person. I think I remember you. Motivation. Look. Basically, no. I don't. There's something. I did like a presentation in 2020 about how I was able to start this project and commit to it. And I was 4 years in at that point, or 3 years in. And the presentation was about how I got started working on games and how many projects that I went through before I picked Insignia and before I was able to commit to Insignia. Now, the reason that I gave then is kind of still the reason that I give now. And it's, I mean, I'm here another 4 years later, so obviously I still haven't lost motivation. Hey, Diamond, thank you so much for the sub. But it basically comes down to, for me, I don't want to spend too long talking about this, but I do want to mention it. I think, this is like a theory that I have. It's very armchair philosopher. It's not like real. It's just what I think. Maybe it's real, but like I don't have any proof. I think there are like 2 kinds of people who make games. I think there are like people who like to learn how to build things. And then there are people who like to tell stories. So it's engineers and artists. And I think if you are an engineer type, the thing that will drive you to make stuff is the prospect of solving puzzles. It's building something and exploring the building of the thing. that's super, it's very common among people who like learn code first. And what they tend to struggle with is finishing projects, because once they've solved what they're building, the rest of it is polish. But that's like 60% of development is polish, more even. So they get to the polish phase and they're like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore because none of the things that I liked about it are here anymore. Like I've solved all the fun stuff. Now it's just assets and content and QA and blah, 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 blah. That's not fun. So I don't want to do it. Pick a new project, off they go again. Then there is the artist, and the artists fail for different reasons. They have all these ideas. They have a world they want to build. They want to build a big MMO with all the things you can do in it, and they want to tell a story in incredible high fidelity, and they do mock-ups that are beautiful, but they never become games because the gap from where they're at technically to what they want to make is like too far to cross. So they lose motivation because they get stuck. Not because they can't, not because they're bored, but because they literally don't have the technical skill to like get momentum. And so they just feel like they are spinning their wheels and then they give up. I am a bit of both. I have an engineering mind. I enjoy building things and figuring out how to build things, and I like to tell stories. It wasn't until I picked a game that forced me to do both where I could enjoy both. So if you are the kind of person who's making something that doesn't have a story, and you've already built the systems and you like building systems, and there's nothing left for you, right? If you're not, and I guess when I say story, it's really creative. That's what I'm trying to say. For me, the creative interest, as in the thing that you want players to experience, that's the thing that gives you passion for the long-term stuff. Because all of the QA testing and the UX and the content, all of that stuff and the decisions around building that stuff, none of those are about problem solving. All of them are about building a connection with the player. So if you can pick a project that you can build an interest in how you communicate to the player within the project, if you can do that, you will have a much better chance at long-term interest for you and maintaining that motivation. I think, this is my opinion. It's about like being able to go, oh man, I really want this to be executed really well because I want players to learn this, or I want players to feel this. Not just that you have fun play testing the thing, or that you have fun building the thing, but you have fun actually creating the content. That's really what it is. It's systems versus content. How do you communicate to the player? Literally, every little part of your game that you could describe as design is communication. Every single aspect. To me, it's all of it. So like, because I'm interested in all of it, I can talk about this for half an hour on one scene. Like, what is the first thing that you do in the game? What is the order of things that I ask you to learn in the game? You load into the first scene, and the first thing you do is interact with something. You press the interact button. It's not an action command, it's just reading. Then you have to read some text and you press OK. The next thing you do is walk downstairs. So you're learning to interact with the basics of the level in an environment that doesn't have any constraints on you. It's not time-centric, it's just letting you go. And having the player understand what they're supposed to do just by the visual cues is something that I'm passionate about. I'm excited about how do I get the player to be comfortable in this space? And how does the design of not just the interaction flow, but like the rooms or the graphics, the way the player moves, like all of this stuff is part of the communication. You know, as you walk out the door, I've got this level here and it gives you a backstory on the game as you're running through the scene. And after you've done the backstory, after you've read it, the scene gets shorter. So the next time you're coming through, it actually lets you run back in half the time. And it doesn't show the text anymore. It doesn't show the images. That's storytelling. I mean, it's literally storytelling, but not only that, but even like things like textures. Like I did in a previous version of this environment, in this level, the backgrounds and the tile sets were black. They were really, really dark. So like, this scene here was the original PAX version of the foothills. Look at how black it is outside of the explorable area. It's a really dark scene. I didn't like the effect that had on the player. I didn't like the story that was telling, to have the tile set be so dark. And the current one has a lot of brown instead in that area where it was otherwise black. So that one scene has become 1, 2, 3 scenes, but look at how much more warm and colorful the space is, because I'm trying to build that connection with the player and I want them to feel something specific. So having an interest in these things is, in my opinion, game design. If you just like building things, that's engineering. But that's not the same as game design. If you have an interest in game design, then you'll start taking an interest in all of these little things, the nitty-gritty bits that make up the whole game. And not just the little nitty-gritty bits, but how they compose to make a whole thing. You know, it's not just about like the UX of something, but you know, we're working on right now, as we were talking about in the meeting just now, quests, crafting, you know. So I think it's important, just to wrap this little thing up, what's really, really, really important is to be, as you're learning to make games, if you're excited and you're learning tutorials and you're doing art, or maybe you just like one thing, it's really important that you feel honest with yourself, that you can be honest with yourself about what it is that you're interested in learning. If you're not actually interested in game design, that's not me attacking you. That's not a slight. That's totally okay. That's great. Even if you know what you don't want to learn, then you don't have to learn it. But what you do need to do if you want to be making finished games is to find someone who does like that stuff and work with them, right? Because the alternative is feeling bad about something that you don't want to do. And like, this is entertainment, this is fun, right? You're supposed to be making something that you enjoy for the entertainment of other people. So if you are stuck, then that's a point where it's important to ask yourself, like, what is it that motivates me? What am I interested in? And is it that I'm not giving enough respect to this phase of the process that I'm stuck on, and I need to spend more time learning about it? Or that I just don't have interest in this phase and I need some help outside? You know, do I need to learn something? You're going to bump into walls all the time, and the answer to what to do about that is something that you need to be able to ask yourself. You know, when you bump into a wall, is it climb over it, go around it, you know, recruit someone to help you break through it? Yeah. Okay, we've got a little animation meeting now. I just talked for the last 20 minutes, but it's good to chat with chat at the start of the week. I've been a bit nervous today getting started. I was working all weekend, so I'm a bit fragile, I think. But I feel happy. Joyful Kids TV says, just started watching your tiled video recently, managed to get everything working, but I can only draw when it's solid square prototype and I could get other corners to work. I did follow your video template, just wondering if I'm missing something on the match order sequence. I followed your example template each step. Did you create in your rules empty sky tiles? And are you using those in your maps? That's what I do in mine. You don't have to build it that way, but because of the way that I built it and set it up in that video, anywhere that you want your corners to be, the adjacent tile needs to be an empty tile, like a tile that you have designated to be empty, like a sprite that represents emptiness. I call them sky or air tiles. Why not stream your weekend streams? Because I want the freedom to just step away from the computer, and I don't want to think about being on camera as much. I could do it, but it's important also, like I live with my wife. I want to be able to like talk to her while I'm working, or whatever. I'm not just by myself. What's the main story behind Insignia, you feel? I've written lots and lots about that. I can explain it in a bit. I guess if I write story, we have a little thing. There you go. Yeah, Ebuchadnezzar, that's true. But I don't know if they are... I think they're locked to like 16 pixels. So they're not actually... If you have a bigger tile set than 16px, I think it gets a bit lost, or they don't look very good. I don't know. I actually haven't played around with that workflow. But I don't... my sense is that it might not be a complete solution. All right. Now I'm going to go into a chat with Luca. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey. So we've got a animated meeting now, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I'm a little late. Let's do some chatting and set some scope for the week.
All right, sounds good.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm using you to getting the most value out of your hours, which might mean doing more item stuff, but it might also mean just pivoting over to animation stuff. As I'm working on the Harriet fight, there might be some tuning up of her animations that I might need some help with.
Okay.
I've already started something today, actually, that may affect things. So she has like a feather, and to have it fall in line with all the other what's the word? To have it fall in line with all of the other things that have hitboxes in the game, I've made it white, and I've made it a lot bigger. So previously it was this little gold line there. You can see it. It's this tiny little, like almost life-size quill, But now it's like much bigger and much more visually recognizable. So
Oh, yes, I see. Mm-hmm.
I might have to go through some other frames and add it. And there might be some general cleanup that just needs to be done. Like she goes off model pretty far on the sprint. She's like much taller here than she is in other areas. And I will give direction on it. This isn't me handing off work to you, but I'm just letting you know. She might be on the cards this week.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
What else? We were talking about NPCs, and what I was trying to say, but didn't want to spend too much time saying in the stand-up, was that because we have existing sprites of NPCs, I'm considering like just seeing how far we get with the content before we assign new sprites or new animations to NPCs. Like once we get maybe like the gray boxing down for this content, then it might be a little bit easier to know like, oh, like we need this character to walk from A to B, or we need this character to emote. I've kind of got Morgan on a set of animations now that she's just finishing. And this is like very preemptive. Like none of this stuff has any reason to be in the game yet, but I'm sort of like anticipating, that I want it to be doing certain things.
Yeah.
I want to avoid doing that. So I've still I'll probably delegate more stuff for her today that's from this.
Are they going to be part of one of the quest lines?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, cool. Yeah.
I also just want to say we've kind of been moving in the direction of like having each of these little quests be like accessory quests. That's also like an assumption that like we don't have to follow through on. They don't have to be accessories. They could be anything.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think for me, having said all of that and gone in a big circle, I think what I want for us to prioritize is the content flow, which will include basically it's all the non-story stuff, the running around, going from quest to quest, and how that feels for the player. Like, how far away off the beaten path does the player have to track in order to get some of these rewards? And how does it feel to be doing that? Like, is the crafting feeling tedious because there's too many items, or that stuff is what I really want to focus on. Now, the tricky
because there'll
part,
be more
yeah.
other crafting stuff other than accessories.
Or we could just
like
make we could, yeah, there will be other things. So yeah, sorry, I'll let you go.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Like, just depending on, like this is only showing what accessories are. Like these shopkeepers would have other things that are, consumables or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah. So once we've kind of got everything nailed down, we can try to balance things or cut certain things out if we need to.
Yeah, I kind
Yeah.
of want to be approaching it from the perspective of these are the things that you do in the main quest line, or at least on the way through the main quest. Like, you fight these enemies, you have to cut through this wheat, you have to, take all of those things and then think of quests where doing those things constitutes like 50% of what you would have to do for that quest, if that makes sense. So that just
Yeah.
by going through the main story, you're sort of making progress towards something, and then we can decide what the rewards are based on the something that you have to do and the delta we want you to cover to finish the rest of it. So I think I'm trying to think about whether or not it's practical to delegate that to you directly, and particularly the scene management stuff. Like, if you're editing all these scenes and then I'm pulling in Git, is that going to be, are we going to be stepping on each other's toes at all? That's my biggest concern.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how we'd work on it directly. Yeah, I guess I feel like we're still in like the planning stage, or at least just brainstorming what we want to do.
Yeah, it's pretty. Sorry, I'll let you go. Keep going.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I know our time's a bit limited though. We don't have too much luxury to fine tune it too much, but I mean, it can always be changed or adjusted after the demo anyway.
Yeah.
As well.
My thing is, it's actually pretty easy to create this content for me. Like, it's not time consuming at all to do each of the little bits. But if I'm doing it, then I'm not making use of you. So my goal is to think of a way to build this stuff out in such a way that I get to hand off as much as possible so that I can focus on other stuff. And in a way that creates as few collisions as possible, because the collisions create work. So I'm just trying to think, maybe what you could create is the content, but not spatial. like you have a room, and the room has the quest giver, the things that you need to do to complete the quest, a crafting table, and that's it. And that's a whole quest in a bottle kind of thing. And then we go and spread it out into the levels.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just to get that functionality there and working.
Yeah. You could build
And then
like
they can
one scene and it has all of them in it, or like a bunch of different scenes, one for each. Yeah. Does that feel doable?
I mean, I could try to do that. I'd imagine I'd have to go through the code to get things working the way I want them
Which
to.
parts?
Um, well, just like understanding how the crafting works, and I guess it's going to be mostly scriptable objects.
Yeah, there's no, you won't have to do any code for that, but I can walk you through it if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Maybe that's what we should be talking about.
Mm.
All right. So let me see. So the way that it works is if you go T:\design, that'll show you all the things that you can craft. So maybe it's worth me blocking in. I guess I'll just say Luca crafting quest primer. So this is for you. Okay. So the way this works is you have item, let's work backwards. Quest, reward. And this is like 100 items. These are craftable as the output of a design. So a design says, hey, I've got a bunch of things that are requirements, and I've got an output. You can actually design, you can have a design that just outputs a quest flag, but it's not really that important.
And the design can be an item in a shop that you can buy.
Yep, the design, it's another type of item. You can find designs in chests, you can have designs as quest rewards, it's just another item type.
Okay.
So a design, once you've received it, what it does is it creates a spot in in fact, the best example of this is going to be the first one. So if we go and talk to, hang on a second, I've got to reset the quest progress to none.
Oh, Walter's one, yeah.
Yeah, Walter's one is probably the best example. So here we're here talking to him. He's going to give us 3 components. And then if we go inside the house, we get a design for an iron sword. This shows the components. So designs don't have to have just one of each of the things. It can be like a requirement is it's an item and a quantity. So you can have, it can be like you need 4 pieces of wheat. That could be one requirement. And it can also be, and you need 2 sticks of butter, And then if you have 4 sticks of wheat, 2 sticks of butter, you can craft bread. That's the idea.
Oh yeah, I see that in the scriptable object for the design. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so bread design here has required items, and then element 0, that's 1 requirement, wheat 5. So here, that's what populates this here. You can't really see it because there was a system. These like very dark shapes here are called generics. So an iron sword, I had this concept for, it's not the programming definition of generics, but it's like an item that doesn't exist. It's like an abstract concept, but other items inherit from. So like pommel is not an item you can get in the game, but there are items that are types of pommels. So the design for a sword is any pommel, any handle, and then an iron sword blade,
I see. Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Maybe that's a little bit too weird. I might walk that back eventually, but this was when I first was building this system where it was like, oh, you can make different weapons out of different kinds of handles, and they have they modify the properties of the sword or whatever.
Okay. So there was a reason for it,
There
not
was a
just like
reason for
flavor.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now
Alright.
when I go use Forge, the designs show up here. So all the ones that I've collected appear in my list. And we can select Iron Sword because we've got the requirements. You can see down here, it shows highlighted. If we didn't have them, it would be like grayed out. And then we can forge it. But the current philosophy that I want to go for is for every, it's almost like I want to be, I don't want there to be, how do I put this? There feels like an opportunity to simplify the game quite a bit if each design only needs to be created once. So like
Yeah.
this then becomes a checklist of things you do in the game. And every time you craft something, you get permanent progress. Rather than, for example, if bread was something that you create whenever you want, now like Elden Ring style, it's like, you know, a healing item. Now it's like a chore that you have to constantly do to maximize your potential in the game. It's like, oh, well, I ran out of bread, so now I have to go and make 6 bread, and to do that I have to grind the wheat by running around and hit. That doesn't feel, I
Yeah.
think, as good as if the bread is like a Estus flask thing, where every time you find wheat in the game, it's like, oh, I can use this to make my next, bread thing. And there might be 2 or 3 different bread recipes. There might be like basic bread and then, salty bread or whatever, nicer bread, sourdough.
Yeah. So you just have, they're like unique crafts.
Yeah.
So we should kind of avoid crafting like common components, I guess. Like,
Yes. The idea should be,
I don't know, we don't want like you get all this ore and you have to smelt it, and smelting is a recipe. So then,
that's right.
yeah, all right.
I just think it's more fun that way, to feel like when you've done something, you don't have to do it a second time.
Yeah, and then you don't list. Like the list is just stuff that you need to get done, I guess.
Yeah.
Rather than things that you can get done.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
all right, sounds good.
I would also say, like, what that means is that the output of every forge thing should be like essentially a key item or a weapon or something that can't be replicated. So a unique thing. Now, I should mention items in the game. So items come in lots of different shapes and sizes, and they have what's called a kind. So I've got like trinkets, consumables, materials, key items, weapons, accessories, and upgrades. Trinkets are typically, they're items that are valuable, that are not unique, that can't be used by the player. They can just be sold. I don't know if I've got any in the game right now, but they were going to be like maybe like enemy drops that you could sell for lots of money. Then we have consumables. Those are things you can physically actually eat in the game. They go in the rations menu. Materials are things that you can craft with. These might be going away unless we make them like key items, basically, like unique. Then we have actual key items, which are items that go in the inventory that can't be sold. So literally keys or, things that are literal one-offs. Then we have weapons. Those go into the weapon inventory. Accessories you can equip onto the accessory slots, and then upgrade are things like the health orbs. So they go into they go into your inventory, but you can't see them in the inventory. They're just like permanently on you once you get them.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay.
And then, so if an item is going to satisfy some generic, like if you wanted to make a pommel, you'd have to add the pommel generic to it. Now this thing can be placed inside of this slot. But we don't want to do that. We don't want to put cooking pots as pommels, so I'll take it away.
But I'll most likely not use generic items, I don't
Correct.
think.
Yeah, you're most
Yeah.
likely not.
Like I'll use like the same item in multiple recipes, but I think that's fine, right?
There
Yeah.
might be. I can't. Oh, I think there was a point where I was thinking about doing Zelda recipes, and I had generics for food. But that's probably not necessary. I don't think
Mm,
I'll bother with that. So yeah, for now, just ignore generics.
mm,
What I really want to do is just think about um, designs that you get, whether in the explorable area or from NPCs on quest. Like, I kind of just want to see how it feels where we try it a few different ways. One way would be an NPC gives you a quest and then gives you the design for the thing that they want made. And so turning in the quest means fulfilling the design, making the item, and then giving them the item. That's
mhm.
kind of how Walter's quest works.
Yeah.
He kind of, I mean, he gives you the components and then you find the design in the workshop. But that's like the design is the quest in a way. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, that
Then,
makes sense.
yeah.
Um,
Then there are quests where the reward is a design. It's like,
mm,
thanks for doing that thing for me. Here's a design for something you can make. And it makes it like a 2-part thing. Like now the player has to go and find the thing.
yeah, that's right. I mean, I've split it off to, some rewards are a design and other rewards are just straight up the accessory. So
Mm-hmm.
once you get that, you're done. Um, uh, but yeah, it's still nice to see, the reward as a design. I was going to ask that as well. Like in the design menu, would you be able to see what the accessory does if you highlight it, even if you don't have the components yet?
Yeah, so this is an area that I need to come back to. So
Mm.
right now, when you go into designs, it does have a description. So
Oh, yeah.
maybe we could put, the way that like the Dark Souls and Elden Ring descriptions, like they give you an idea about what the thing does, but not like the exact stat.
Yeah, not raw numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, yeah. So
But at least you know what you're going for, like
mhm.
something that interests you or motivates the player. And like you said, it's going to be while you're playing the game. So rather than just you're doing only this one task of crafting this item, it's just by the time you get the design, you might already have 2 out of 3 components.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the other
but
thing that
yeah,
I'd like to tinker with. So
mm,
like quests where the components are obviously readily available in the game, where like, oh, like I've been collecting these, versus quests where the things are like the things actually are things that you get from other quests, like the
mm,
requirements.
mm,
It's that. It's a good mix, trying to create a good mix of that, where it's like there are some quests where it's like really straight up, some that require like extra running around to solve, and then some that require other quests being done.
yeah, that makes sense.
Mm.
Um, and also with the currency, like well, just the money
Yeah,
in the game. Um, I just thought of that one accessory could be like really expensive, and it's just something that the player wants to save up for eventually. I don't know.
hmm
Just depends on how the whole currency is balanced in the end. I guess
yeah.
that'll need some playtesting. Yeah.
This comes to another thing I was thinking about, which is enemy deaths. I think might be that the I think this is something that I want to do, but I
Mm.
haven't gone down that road yet. I think I mentioned it already on the weekend. Having it so that the things that you get from an enemy, like drops, happen exactly once in the game.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
when an enemy drops coins, like those are the coins that you get from that enemy, and that's it. Like you can't kill it again
Mm.
for more coins.
They don't just grind to the same areas over and over again, and
Yeah,
there's kind of like an expectation or expected amount of coins that you'll get. Um,
that's right.
yeah, and there's going to be a lot of leeway. Like you don't have to be super thorough to collect 100 out of 100 coins. Like you'll have some spares like left over.
Mhm.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mm.
my goal here is to essentially eradicate the problem that comes from games like Final Fantasy 16, where it's an RPG and there are things that you can grind things, but they really, really want you to only be able to access things at certain breakpoints. I hate that because it's sort of like it puts you in a scenario where, as a player, either you can grind and then you can break the game in a way that the developers don't like, or
Mm.
the developer makes it so that the things that are grindable are essentially worthless. Like, I don't want the idea that like the coins that you get are worth basically nothing, because whenever you do a quest you get 10 million coins, you know like the
Mm.
coins are like Zimbabwe dollars. um I don't want to
Yeah.
do that. I kind of want it to always feel like anything you do, the game recognizes as being worthy of something. Um, so otherwise, things have no value. So it's almost like, in my head, I think of it as like RPG design versus collectathon design. And I think that I want Insignia to feel more like a collectathon, because it incentivizes exploration way more than than grinding, which is what the RPG mentality incentivizes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Like it rewards completing unique stuff rather than the same stuff over and over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think about games like Spyro the Dragon, or those games that came out, 20 years ago now,
Mm.
more than that. Um, and I think about like scouring for gems, like the coins in the game. And I remember like it feels so good to like get, if it's like 300 coins in the level, it's like when you get all 300, you're like, oh, I beat that level. I can move on now.
Yeah.
You know, that it feels like
Mm.
way better than, oh, I have to kill this enemy until I have 300 coins.
Yeah.
To
Yeah, I
me.
agree. And yeah, and yeah, to incentivize exploring and even those Z sides that we'll have with
Exactly.
additional enemies in there.
Yeah.
Even with like the hedgehog kills, if we want to use stuff like that, like
Hmm.
maybe you need to find 10 unique hedgehogs
Yeah.
in chapter 1.
Yeah.
There might be 12, 15 of them, but
Hmm.
you need to have 10 of them.
Yep.
Or maybe the game just stops dropping them after the 10th one.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Well, I
Mm.
was thinking, um, if they are unique, there might be something we can do on lock on, a little indicator to show you that you've killed it before.
Mm.
So that as you're running around the world, you can scope out the enemies you haven't killed to know that there are
Oh yeah.
rewards behind those enemies.
Mm.
Or something that you can see even when you're not locked on. That feels a bit much. It seems like this is an incentive for us to design an item that you get later that lets you see all the
Another
enemies you haven't killed.
a hunter accessory or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So for now, I think it should be something like, if we were to go down this path, which I'm pretty much committed to,
Mm.
if there's a quest that requires hedgehog quills, we've got 10 hedgehogs in the demo, it requires 5. That would be the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. I don't even know. Like, I haven't really thought about how many hedgehogs are in the game right now. Like, where are they? And
Yeah.
there might already be 10. um. Yeah. I guess it's something we can massage into a
Mhm.
comfortable spot once we figure it out. Yeah.
Yep. So, with all of that said, would you be comfortable having a stab at thinking about that little economy?
Yeah, and I'll try. I'll get that test scene happening, and I'll
Yeah.
just put Berto and whoever standing around. I guess the only other different one that's kind of is Pillow and the feathers. Like
Hmm.
that's like a whole other thing.
Yeah, that's like a separate economy.
Yeah, I mean it's still got the accessories there, and one of the last reward is the design.
Hmm.
Uh, but the feathers, oh, I guess that's just something else we need to
Yeah,
conclude. Yeah,
it's just separate. I'm happy with that too.
yeah,
It doesn't bother me.
yeah. Okay. All right.
Cool.
Yeah. I think I've got a fair idea of what I can do.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
start with just to point you in a specific direction.
Mhm.
Let me see if I've got this all set up correctly. I guess you don't need any more explanation there. Okay, so we've got, what was it, 9 different possible items. Let's start
Yeah.
with like 3 quests at 3 different scales. So one small quest, one where a quest where you just craft something as part of the quest, and then you turn in the thing that you crafted.
Mhm.
And then one quest that, sorry, as I'm just saying this out loud, I'm reminded of the quests that already exist in the game. So like, we've got one that's like Walter's, because that's in there. There's the B one, which requires you
The honey.
collecting items, and you get given the accessory. Then you have to go craft it and bring the result back. That's 2 of the same now, actually. I think there should be one where the design is the reward, if you want to try that.
Mhm.
And we were talking about that with the old couple, with the roses. I've actually
Yeah.
got that quest in the game already. It's just it doesn't have any NPCs to give you the quest, and no design for the ring yet.
Oh, so that's already 2 extra quests then. So the old couple and the performers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, if you want to think about the performers, yeah, because I've already got the rose bushes here for the old couple. Do you remember what that was? Do you need me to explain that one?
The roses.
Yeah.
No, I know about the roses,
Okay,
but
cool.
actually, I don't know where you pick up the quest when they're handed in.
Yeah. So that
If
doesn't
the-
exist yet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I need your help with.
Mhm.
For now, like it
Okay.
doesn't have to be, you don't have to say it's in Oranstead or anything. I just want to see a scene where you take these rose bushes and you put them in that scene, and you take some NPCs, and when you chat to the NPCs, they give you the quest. And then when you get all the roses, it's like the quest condition will be something like the scene. Usually, the way this usually works is the event sequence, the cutscene, where the so you have the NPC. The NPC has on them an object called I think it's called like quest item handler, and it's like, if you've done this flag, give you this item. That's how I do quest rewards in the game. So the flag will be the sequence of them saying, thank you so much for collecting all the blah blah blah. Here's the design for the thing. The item will be the quest reward, and then this will just trigger as soon as you finish that cutscene. It'll give you the quest reward.
Oh, so it is like a mini cutscene, like not a sequence player, like it's like its own mini cutscene, is
No,
it?
it uses the sequence player. So like
Oh, it
you would
does.
literally
Okay.
have, yeah, like I mean, I'll show you what Walter has on him, although I'm not sure if he's got it all here.
Yeah, I guess I can
I'll go to the
use
other
him
one.
as a reference.
I might need to, maybe I should give you a template, because it can get a little bit tricky. The way that I set it up in the past is it's a little bit complicated. And the new stuff I've been doing with operators in the game for like the walls and stuff it makes a bit more sense. So
Like on the
maybe,
bridge.
yeah, maybe I'll have to use that instead. But basically, he's got a bunch of quest item handlers, but the one at the end, this one here. So all this is a script that checks whenever a flag gets set. It says, "Oh, hey, like I'm looking for this flag, and I am going to give this item, iron sword."
Is that the
Oh,
flag that
actually,
gets set when
This
you
is the
pick
wrong one.
the item.
Sorry.
Oh.
I made it complicated. Let me go back. I'll use the lumberjack. He's more straightforward. Sorry, because you don't actually get anything for completing that quest with Walter, which is something bad that I need to fix. He just takes the sword off you if you finish the quest. Okay.
It lets you go by. Yeah.
So quest item handler. Where is the ring? There's gonna be the honey ring. Oh, it's not set up. Huh. Okay. Oh, hang on. Wow, they're actually totally broken. Anyway, let me see if I put it anywhere else, just in case. Meet you. Honey jar. Sequence player. Well, it would be like this, basically. You got return to Hue. When we've done that, item is going to be honey ring. Give, take is true, false for these bulls. So if this is checked, then it's the first one. So it gives you the item and it gives you one of them when you do that cutscene. So all you need to do is have the cutscene flags, the requirements. So there is like a sequence player. It's on the lumberjack somewhere. He's got Hue complete here. This is the flag that it gives you when you, well, it requires return to Hue. Okay, that's after the quest. Hang on. This one here. This requires that you've crafted a honey jar so that when you've come and talk to him, this is basically finishing the quest. Like this flag is what lets him
So
say.
that's an example of when you craft something and you want to give a flag for this instance kind of thing. When it's a quest reward, I suppose.
Well, he asks for the honey jar, and when you give him the jar, he gives you the ring. So he gives you the design for the jar first.
Yeah.
And then actually I think because I took crafting out last time I played with this, that's maybe why this doesn't work anymore. I think right now you just need to collect 3 honey combs. I'm not sure you actually, I don't know if you make the jar at the moment. This is all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
forget how it works.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a really clean, clear-cut example for you, and then I'll get you to do it based on that.
All right.
Because there's, like, I know how this all works, but it's like half of this stuff is implemented in a system that is, it's like, what's the word? Everything is like by inference rather than by like a very obvious declaration. Like just now, the way this quest works is you happen to be given an item when you happen to get the quest flag for talking to the guy. And I feel like we should formalize that a little bit more, and that'll make it easier to explain to you, and that'll make it easier for you to author it.
Okay. I mean, I might be able to figure it out, but
you probably could. But the problem is, then if I'm ever needing to edit anything, I'll need to do exactly what I'm doing now with the work that you did. Or I'm like, how did this? What's the way that this works? I feel like there's a better way to do this, and it comes down to the question of how do I simplify it to make it so that quest flags don't need to be created to manage states as much, like fewer quest flags. For example, a quest could have a slot for an item. Do you know what I mean? Like you could just have at the end like a thing called reward, and it's just an item that you get at the end of the quest. And if reward is not null, then you get given that item at the end of it.
Like the quest just knows if it's been satisfied or not with that
Well, the
reward.
quests, yeah, well, this is more stuff that you don't know. The way that quests work right now is a quest is a list of flags. Receiving the first flag or any flag receiving any of the flags starts the quest, and receiving the last flag ends the quest. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So I will build it in such a way that anytime a quest's last flag is selected, if there is an item associated with the quest, the player just receives the item. That's the way I'll set it up. So then that'll save you from having to create this quest item handler on the lumberjack, where it's saying, have you got this item, or did you finish this flag? Then you should get this item. That's a component that you won't have to create.
What about taking away an item? Is that'll be before that?
Well, that's still why I've got these. Like in Walter's, like he gives you 3 components at the start of a quest, right? So it's not, I don't know. What do you think? Do you feel like it should be? I guess we'll always still need to have these little components that do this thing. Maybe it's more about how we set them up in the scene, like in the hierarchy. It's like items to take, items to give, and then have like one component or something like that at the top. I'll have to think about it. Yeah. I don't right now, having like lots of the same component types sitting on a game object like this it's a bit ugly and it's too hard to manage. So, all right. Well, maybe I'll do that now.
All right.
And I'll get back to you at the end of the day. Sorry to set you up.
No, it's all good.
In the meantime, you could still set up that scene and maybe have a think here in this document about like the sequence of things that needs to happen. I guess you've kind of already done that.
Yeah, some of them, like Bert is just a shop there. If she's still going to be in the Overlook, the cliff edge there.
Yeah, she will. Cool. Could I get you to do the not necessarily written dialogue, but just narrative beats or like logical beats for the old couple sequence? Like get quest, find 3 roses, bring them back, get design, and then find 3 of whatever per the design, forge thing. Like if you can like lay out just in bullet point form, like a little timeline of like what the player needs to do for the old couple quest, and then happy for you to just make something up for the traveling band quest. The way that I had thought about it was that they're waiting for transport, and their transport's like broken down or something. Maybe they're supposed to be going on horseback, but one of the horse's shoes is broken or something, or maybe they're waiting for a carriage and the carriage is one of the wheels has fallen off or something, and you need to fix the axle.
Oh yeah, and they'll give you a design, like a quest design, to make the wheel or something.
Yeah, maybe there's a driver, and the driver says, I really need a new whatever, and then Armin makes that, and then they give you just a reward after you make the thing and bring it back.
Okay, yeah, I can make something up.
Cool. All right.
Car battery or something.
A car battery. I'll let you do those things, and then I'll work on this stuff in the meantime.
All right, no worries.
All right.
I'll play around with that.
Cool. Also, any of the ideas that you come up with for those quests, feel free to put in little notes on animations that you would want to see, because I'll get Morgan to do those.
Ah, all right.
Cool.
So we haven't got a. There's no old couple like sprites yet at all, right? They're all
There
same.
are in Orenstead. There's an old couple.
Oh, it's them. Is it the one?
Hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't.
old two. That's what I was thinking anyway. I was thinking of using them.
So they'd be here on the first day, and then later on they'll be out and about in
Hmm.
the world somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right, that's cool. Sounds good.
Cool.
All right, I'll get on to that.
All right. Thanks, Luca.
All right, thanks, Adam. All right,
Have
bye.
a good one. See ya. Whew. It's always an indication, I think, when I'm trying to explain something that I've built and I'm having a really hard time explaining it. It's like my little refactor alarm goes off in my brain. It's like, you need to make this more straightforward. If your game's going to go into production and you're making tons of quests, if it's this hard to talk about them, you got to fix it. That's what my brain just did just then in the meeting. So I'm going to go fix it. The Linux developer says, I'm making a natural language processor, not AI. I'm writing code to do it for tasks and then creating an app using that to add them to a calendar. But I need more test data. Basically, you can type your task how you normally would, then a machine picks out the task and then the date, the time creates a calendar task for you. Do you mind if I drop a link to the web form to collect some data? I don't mind, but why wouldn't you use AI to do that? I feel like specifically for natural language processing, that's like what they're actually really, really good for. Because the task management stuff would be more, that's the stuff you would hand code. But just understanding what the words mean, I mean, that's, AI's got you there for that. Joyful Kids TV says, on auto tile map TMX, I bucket filled with the air tile, and then on the rules TMX, I followed your input prototype where the corners have air tiles to represent empty space. Any chance you could quickly take us through a quick rundown of the autotiles.tmx template sequence? How you do input prototype and output prototype using the air tile on each input prototype, please. I mean, you've just described it exactly as it is, Joyful Kids. So not this one. So like, here is the rules file for one of my levels. And it has input prototype and output ground and walls. Ignore the 1 and the 2 up here. Right? You just need to write input. I've got 2 because I've got 2 layers of input on this one for 2 different possible variations. But you don't need to do that. You can just have input underscore prototype. The input prototype has the prototype collision tile and the air tile next to it for each of the rules. And the rules get more complex as we go down the list. So it's like solid with air to the right, solid with air to the left, solid with like 2 solids with air below, solids with air to the left and right, solid with air above, etc. And then the output is just what comes out, and you don't need air tiles on those. You can just have that be whatever the output is. That's it. Hey, this key's too short. This isn't Unity. This is tiled. The Spirit Force says, what's the highest view count you've gotten on a Twitch stream? Your numbers feel pretty stable. Yeah, I mean, like maybe 220 without raids is probably the highest I've ever had. Not much more than that. Maybe during Ludum Dare, up to about 300, I think 300 or 400 has been the highest I've ever had, specifically during Ludum Dare. Any time other than that, it's like 150. I feel like it's been about 150 since 2022. We've sort of been sitting on the same numbers. I don't know if there's anything that I could be doing to make those numbers go higher. If there is, I don't know what it is, because you know, I've been doing this a long time. I guess my thought on it is that this is going to sound like a bit of a cope, but I don't really know any other explanation. Game dev's not that popular, right? It's just people watching someone build something. It's just not that watchable, you know, for a lot of people, particularly on Twitch. It's, you know, there aren't very many channels on Twitch that have more than 200 viewers for game dev. That's just the way that it is. There is usually the odd streamer here and there who, you know, might have, you know, like right now I'm the highest viewed channel on this, on the whole platform for programming right now, for software and game development. You know, it's just me, you know, and then Randy, he's a pretty big YouTuber as well. If there were more people, we would see them, you know? So the only way that you get, I think, way bigger numbers on a software and game development stream is if you have an audience coming from somewhere else. That's it. Or you are much higher, what's the word? You are in a community of other streamers. You're doing collaborations with other streamers a lot more often. But in terms of the people who just come to Twitch to browse, there's about 1,000 people, you know, less at a time. That's it. Yeah, but I think Spirit Force, I mean, the same thing. I think you guys can see this. I think it's not going to dox me. You know, we got 60 people on YouTube right now. It's not something that YouTube really promotes a lot. Not a lot of people watch YouTube to stream. Maybe it's getting bigger over time. To be honest with you guys, it's not something that I prioritize because the game is way more important than the stream. And not only is the game more important, I like this size. Like, I'm very lucky to have the ability to answer every single person in chat if I really want. And if it's really busy, I might miss a couple, 3, 4 every, 20 minutes or so. But I see all of what you guys are saying. I can do some work, come back and listen and respond. If I'm helping you with advice, I actually can do that. I couldn't do that if I had 4,000 viewers. So it's not that distracting right now. It could be way more distracting than it is. Yeah, I'm a little scared for that. All right, I'm gonna take a break because I'm a little bit tired from all this talking. I haven't been breathing very well. Oh yeah, Concerned Ape streams would be huge, I think. Your chat is particularly respectful, well-behaved and quiet. I think you create the chat that you want, you know? I think if I was like Mr., all fun and games, no fun and games here, just game development. If I was like super entertaining, then maybe chat would be more chatty and it wouldn't be about game development. That's the trade-off. Like, how do you build something and be not talking about the thing that you're building? Especially for this kind of game where it's like solving how to build it is like a huge task. It's not just, I'm not just doing fun art all the time, you know? It's like, there's a lot of, you know, work that's being done. Hey, in Exodus, thank you so much for joining us. All right, so we're gonna fix quests, I guess. I have a feeling that I actually built this right the first time. I feel a little weird being so guilty about it, talking to Luca the way that I was, but I think I just got self-conscious about the way that I'd set it up. It's definitely wrong. This is 100% wrong. What I'll do though is I'll make an empty thing. I'll call it lumberjack. I'll call it quest item handlers. I'll make a new one under that and call it items to take, items to give. I think that's way, way better. So he takes the jar and he gives you the ring. So it'll be quest item handler, remove quest item handler. I'd love to fix this a little better, but it's okay. So return to Hugh. Then we give honey ring 1, and then item handler take jar, return to Hugh, jar take. See a doppel. And then the other thing is we need to remove this, remove this, remove this, and then this is the flag check. So this flag check checks to see if you have a jar in your inventory before playing the sequence honey jar flag. This is something that I think is bad. Yeah, he is a bit like a rubber duck. Luca is a very valuable part of this team, and I think sometimes the way that we communicate, I feel like we haven't, it's almost like we need to trust each other a little bit more, because we're both trying to say a lot to fill in the space, but I haven't yet found the right way to say to him, he's probably listening, that he's helpful even if he's listening, you know? Like he doesn't, like, sometimes I see him trying to add value to the discussion in a way that's like demonstrating that he understands what I'm saying and like is adding another suggestion on top. That's really valuable too. But then I also get in my head, you know, about making sure that I'm expressing it in a way that doesn't require him to have to say that. And then it's like a little bit, we're both very, a bit like, it feels like we're both a bit socially anxious about the interaction. But that's just, I think, our personalities clashing a little bit because we're so similar. But it is useful. Like it's super useful. I'm not dissatisfied with it. So I was just talking about, it's this thing that I'm a bit concerned about. Right now, the issue has to do with progress. So maybe I'll just start writing some stuff down here. What is progress? Right now, only quest flags constitute checkable progress. For the purpose of firing a quest off, like permitting, a sequence to play. So there's a problem here. This is a real issue that I have in the game. No, the game is made in Unity, Kyle. Hey, Super Jew. Buy Steam and make the games free. Yeah, I'll buy all of Steam. So the problem is that like sequence player has a sequence which requires flags. This makes story happen. Has a sequence which requires flags. So right now, in order to make stuff happen in the game, you have to have a flag set somewhere. The problem with that is there are things in the game that we care about, like having an item, right? If I've made an item, or if I have an in inventory, or slain enemy, or crafted design. These are also types of progress for which don't have flags. Can you see the problem now? My options are either make a flag for every possible thing that needs to be checked, or open up the requirements for sequences to play to extend beyond flags. That's what needs to happen. The issue with this, and it feels like the second one is super obvious. I am interested, but I'm just going to finish my sentence first. This feels like super duper obvious to do this one instead of the other one. The only problem is my sequences are serialized in the project, not in the level. Therefore, if there's something specific that I want to check, like for example, player position, that's not something that could be in this extended thing unless I have something in the level that's called, that serializes that. Like, for example, can this sequence play, like this sequence can play when this bridge is closed, you know? Either I have a quest flag for the bridge being closed, or the sequence player can somehow check that the bridge is closed. The real problem with that is it's about navigation at the design level. So if I look at like a sequence that I've got here, this here is the thing that's super straightforward. Like I can just click that and I know what that is, meet Hue quest flag. And I can double click it and I can see where in the game that's set and checked. But if that was something that existed in a scene somewhere, suddenly it's not as straightforward as that, because it's like, well, we're not in that scene, so how do I represent the game object that, you know, if it was like bridge closed, it's like, what bridge? Where is it? Like, what is clicking that? How does clicking that relate to it? Alternatively, we could strip out the entire flag system and use an Excel spreadsheet kind of thing, like a big database of GUIDs, and then just have the GUIDs of the items or the whatever be storable as a quest flag. Like an inventory check is as good as a quest flag because it requires the GUID of the thing to be storable against this, you know, big progress table. That's the other way to do it. Now, Booyah Grandma, how do you do it? $128-bit mask with a serializable condition with one single function that evaluates and returns a ball. It will cycle through all sorts of game states, quest states, databases, variables, and return if it's true or not. When you say one single function, does that mean that you inherit from serializable condition a lot? You have lots of different things that are serializable conditions that have one function in them? I actually literally built conditional operators recently for this exact purpose. So I have this thing, you just chuck anything you want to check in that class. That's so funny because I built something so similar. Check this out. Here's a thing, and these are the conditions. You double click this, and these are my things to check. And this returns true or false if all of the things are true. And I even have a little logic in here, like and or. Like if you don't have this and this is true and this is not true. Yeah. Interesting. But you've got, they're serializable. But are they scriptable objects? Like how are they where are they serialized, I guess is the question. In the project hierarchy down here? Are you in Unity? I'm not sure. Do you serialize them in the project as files or do you serialize them in the levels? Because mine is these conditions are serialized in the levels, which makes it so that the cutscenes, which are serialized in the project, because they're not serialized in the same place, they're not accessible to each other. That's the problem that I've got. Yeah, but like say you've got do you have your cutscenes defined as like objects, like files? Like mine is scriptable objects. Do you use scriptable objects for your cutscenes? Because the question then is like, is the cutscene responsible for knowing when it's allowed to play? I could take this away. It would be sad, and honestly, it's probably a bad design choice for me to have done this way. Like a cutscene probably shouldn't have any information about whether or not it's allowed to play. And instead, the place where the cutscene lives in the scene is the thing. Yeah. Yeah, that was my mistake in 2018 or 2017 when I built this system. The thing that determines whether it's allowed to happen should live in the scene, not on the asset. Yeah. That is my big mistake. And fixing that mistake is really, really costly. It's going to be very, very, very expensive to refactor that for me. That's going to take me I'm probably going to have to be rebuilding like the whole game, the game's content, like web, to do that. Because every single one of these are my cutscenes. Every single one of these, every piece of dialogue that anyone ever says in the game relies on this little required flags thing. So anytime you see something in this little slot show up, that would then instead need to be serialized in the scene. Maybe it's 20, 30% of them. And it would probably also require me to build a solution that makes it much easier to edit a dialogue tree inside of the inspector in a scene, like a character. Just add a game state condition in addition to it so you don't lose any, and they both have to be true. Maybe. I don't know. Well, the point is that if I did this right, I would remove this altogether. There just wouldn't be anything inside of the cutscene for checking whether or not it's playable. That just is not the right approach. Like, a data file shouldn't contain its own progress. That's the problem, or at least its own condition for whether or not it constitutes that it's allowed to be played. That should be in the game, not inside of the serialized data file for the cutscene. Like, as a principle, this is bad design. And I can say that now, but 7 years ago, it was fine. All right. Yeah. It's doing it this way does provide, it's not a whole upgrade to do it the other way that we were just talking about. What this does allow me to do is abstract things. So this is like a natural language, it's written in English what needs to happen in order to play this cutscene. That's nice. The only problem is you end up with lots of these flags. And sometimes what you end up with is like, it's a flag when you crafted the thing, a flag when you talk to the guy, a flag when the guy finishes talking. You know, it's like that is 3, but it should be 1. You know, it should just be, well, maybe 1 for after you talk to the guy, but sometimes I need these in-between flags because it's like, well, you've got the thing, but you didn't quite do this, you know, yet. This stuff here is a little bit like that. How do you plan to handle localization? I thought these were dialogues. Did all my localization question in? No, Super Chew, it is. This is dialogue in the game. This can be localized. What I need is these all have GUIDs, each of these. So the way that I would do it is basically have a GUID, use the GUID against a map, like a database, and the database has the translations in it. Hey, education. This is Unity. So basically, instead of playing this text, you play the language translation equivalent against that GUID for that language in the table. Okay. So, coming back to this issue here. I need to go to the bathroom. I was supposed to take a break like an hour ago. I'll see you in a bit. All right, we're back. Okay, realistically, I got to be really, really straightforward and careful with how much stuff I extend, because we only have a couple of days, 20 days until we got to release this thing. Hey. I did. I tackled it, Subroot. We got it. Do you know what it was for the particle systems? So what you're talking about is I had some particles that weren't appearing properly. On Friday, there were two reasons for that. The first one, I think the major one that was really pulling my hair out about, was something to do with our render to FX layer. We had a feature. We have a render feature that puts things in the scene on a quantized texture to make them look pixel art. And the code that did that was missing a case to add things to the render list. Just a very minor edge case. And so they weren't appearing at all in that instance. Basically, when their sorting order was higher than any object that had already been added to the list for of things to be rendered on that texture, which is very odd. So we fixed that. And then I had an issue with my particles on Friday in this scene when we were attacking this little guy and watching the particles spawn out. They were being drawn at intervals that were not what I was expecting. They were getting clumped up rather than spread out. And that was from this setting right here, culling mode, always simulate. Turning that on fixed it. Yeah, really annoying. Because I think, again, the render feature, is this expected to be finished? The demo that we're working on is expected to be finished, the demo, which is a fifth of the game. That's not all that I've got, but that's what, we're just working towards a milestone. All right, now, coming back to the quest stuff, I think maybe I will rebuild this later. But for now, I think quest item handlers is reasonable. I think it is just the logic's complicated, and that's just what happens. But it would be nice to group these flags. The problem that I have is right now, there's no way, like what scares me is I don't have a system for wrangling quest flags in the game. I don't have a way to filter them. I don't have a way of searching them. They're just there in the game. I can check per scene which flags get used, but specifically around a quest, if I'm using one too many flags, I can't see them. I can't see which ones exist. I can't see the flags that aren't being used in the game at all. There's just nothing there. So for me, the fear is that they're just going to accumulate. And then at some point at the end of the game, I'm going to have to start deleting some without knowing whether or not they get used in the game, because there's just like thousands of quest flags. That's what I'm scared of. So I want to avoid that. And hang on one sec. Hey Scythe, I'm using Unity. J.Peg says, sorry to ask something unrelated. Was it simple for you to decide on business structure? Yeah, it was pretty straightforward. Sole trader when you're working on your own, company once you've got some IP you need to protect. Can you make a tool quickly to find the unused stuff? I can. It's not just about finding them, it's about usage. Like when it's really a question of like while I'm constructing a quest, is it easy and obvious to understand the script, the recipe for that quest? Like, first, you got to get this quest flag, then you get this, and you do these things, and then this gets checked in order to do that, and then you get this item at the end. That's what I want to see. You would think that would appear in a quest description, but that's not really how that works, because the quest game object, like the quest scriptable object, doesn't talk about item rewards. It doesn't talk about items to take at the end of a quest. So I either could formalize it and put them in the quests so that when you have a quest, there are specific parameters that say items given, items taken, you know, at the start and at the end. But it does limit, to rely on that means that we have to essentially limit what we can do. Like, what if we had a quest where midway through the quest, you talk to this person and then they take a different item and give you a different item? Like, it's probably not something that we should, like it might be, what's the word? It mightn't be worthwhile to try to support that. In my opinion, as the games director, I shouldn't be worried about all the what ifs. I should be committing to a structure and just building the game out of that structure. Booyah says you should just have an action class and plug that into when the quest's done and it does the action. Could be literally anything. That's not the problem. It's not the how. The how is the easy part. Like, technically we can do everything right now. Anything that I could describe that could go in the game works. It's what does the game hierarchy, what does the quest hierarchy in the scene look like when we do that? That's the problem. Like, how easy is it 6 months from now for me to come and have a look at what's happening? To review it, to edit it. And right now, you know, this kind of thing here it's fine. It could just be a workflow question. It's just about visibility. It's just about grokking, like, what is the way this game works? Yeah, I feel like I'm really talking about the UX of building quests. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Zoronak, I think this is the last one. I think this is the very last one. In fact, oh, yeah, it's the last one. Pink. It's a dirty pink. And that's it. No more clinkers. I don't want to have to do documentation. My goal is to get the scene to be its own documentation as close as possible. That's the goal. Quest graph. I know, that's the thing. It's technically possible. I mean, we have the causality editor for this purpose. That's what this is there for. But the problem behind some of this stuff is it's not about... So this is great for seeing which game objects relate to others, but what it's not good at doing, because it's spatial, is giving me a visual breakdown in a list of the timeline of what needs to be done, of what gets checked and when. And that's impossible to do because that would require playing through the game, like the execution of the. Well, I could take everything that's checked and everything that's set and walk backwards, or walk forwards through them. But there'd be things that don't make sense, like for example, this quest starts, you do some stuff. You get the quest flag for talking to him. Then you have to go and get 3 items in the game. He doesn't know about them, but he checks whether you've got them after. So that would look like something like this. Quest flag starts. And then ... nothing, you know. And then later ... this other thing checks these 3 flags to set this thing, and then at the end you get an item and an item gets taken from you, and then end. And it wouldn't be able to draw a line between these things. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I can't afford for it to be just in my head. I know, and now you could see it just now as I was explaining it to Luca like an hour ago. It's the moment where I start saying, I think I know, and I'll jog my own memory as I'm doing it. But if he can't understand it just by looking at it, and I have to sit here and explain it, later on down the track when he's doing quests, and then I need to edit the quests, and neither of us have an off the top of our head easy explanation because things change and we edited this and I forgot we changed that about that. That's garbage. It'll stall out the game. We won't be able to finish it in time. Or we'll start making compromises to make it easier for us to just finish at the cost of actually making good game content. So instead, like for me, having the tools be good is so critical. This, I think, is actually doable. The only problem is the data structure that traverses this needs to be the quest. There can't be... I mean, actually, let me think about it for a second. Could I just make a giant, like, data structure of all of the flags in the whole game? What's stopping me from doing that? Maybe nothing. Wait, can I literally build the entire game this way? If I take this, all the orange and all of the greens, and instead of them being the flags, they are the components that check the flags. And I just lay out every component that checks, and I already have this in the game, every component that checks or sets a flag in order of use, in order of appearance. I probably could sort the whole game that way. I probably could build this for the whole game, where it's just like, you know, a giant set of, like a forest of information, of like tree, basically, structures. That's probably doable. Well, side quests would be, by definition, they would have to be unchained. They'd have to be like this. They just sit off on the side, basically. The problem is that there would be, we were talking about this actually the other day. Maybe it's not a big deal, but there are issues with this that, for example, if when doing this, you get some ability, yeah? And the ability blocks off a gate. There's like a thing that you can't jump up unless you've got the ability. And then the rest of the game's on the other side of that. There's nothing about this that says, oh, like you need this ability. Like I can't traverse the levels procedurally to check that, oh yeah, this is actually downstream from this, because you can't do this unless you use this ability to jump up this. That doesn't exist. So what you would end up doing is, if I did, because of that, this becomes orphaned, and this whole chain ends up being here. So there's nothing, you wouldn't be able to know that like, oh, like this is the main quest line and, you know, you have to do X, Y, Z. They would be like staggered out vertically, all the different sub chains in the game. And maybe the chains would only be like 3 or 4 flags long each. No, I think it's just, I might give up on this entirely. This whole conversation, I think, is not going anywhere. It's unfortunate. Hey, Star XI, welcome. Yeah, I just think it's not going to go anywhere. I just got to suck it up, I guess. You see it here. What you're looking at is literally what I'm describing. This is stray flags. These are quest flags that get checked and set that aren't part of a quest. And this is the quest to be a man. You meet Hugh. You get honeycomb 1. There are 2 more honeycombs. They're not in this scene. I suppose I could show them here. That's technically possible. Hey, why don't I do that? Just to do something. Talking about it's not helping. I just got to start getting productive on what I'm doing. First thing actually that's really bothering me is this up here. I need to put a little gray box behind it. that's going to drop it down. It's not going to make it taller. Hey, thanks for the follow, whoever just followed. Why are they getting pushed down? I'm trying to draw the texture. Oh, I see. I'm a silly Billy. All right, so I was going to draw some stuff that don't appear. Hey, Blinklol. Thank you so much for watching. 300 bits. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. All right. Okay. So when we draw this quest, it's in found flags, I think. Oh. Found. Why do we need to do that? Why not just draw all the flags in the quest? So like here, honeycomb 2. I mean, we could even show well, let's not set in this, so we can go over here. We should see honeycomb 2 there, honeycomb 3 here. They're set by this. Mm-hmm. And then we return to Hue. I mean, it works. The problem is that we don't have things that check. This honey jar flag is set by lumberjack, checked by lumberjack. This flag doesn't appear in the quest. That's the problem. That's the problem. Maybe we should have the quest end be honey jar flag? Trying to think about this. So honey jar flag gets set by lumberjack. No, it doesn't. Wait a second. Quest toggle. Required flags. Oh, if you've met him. What the heck? Why is this here? You need for Hue. Oh, this inventory flag check only it only gets enabled once you've met him. Okay, sure. Even that is terrible. Like, why does that need to be there? I think this is... It takes the item if you've got the flag. But it doesn't take... Oh, it just checks to see if you've got the item. And it sets the flag to true if you've got it. See, this is what I'm saying. That flag shouldn't exist. No, these two, this component and this component shouldn't exist. The game should just be able to check if you've got the item. The problem is, this is exactly what Booyah Grandma, their solution allows us to not need this. Because if I was doing this right, this return to Hue would check to see if you had the flag in your inventory. I mean, the item in your inventory. It wouldn't check to see if you had the flag that got set when you got the item in the inventory. It would just check, do you have this in the inventory? And that would be it. And the issue is that because this is a scriptable object, what it means is because it's a scriptable object, I can't put other things in it. I can't reference it any other way. The uglier thing is that if it's not this, then actually the same logic is going to be in here anyway. Like, I still have to do this check to see if it's in the inventory. You know? Like, it's not actually that much better. The logic is the same. It's just not as visible here. So maybe it's a question of just putting this. Check for honeycomb, honey jar in inventory. I think this is the way to do it. I think we need to lay out the beats of the plot in game objects. So like this is take honey jar on quest complete. Give honey ring. I mean, that's clearer. Now it's like written in English. Maybe it's just an annotation system. It is really ugly that I have a specific quest flag that exists for the purpose of being set to true when you have an item in your inventory. That I hate. It's not for specifically items. I can put it in required flags. Like, I could do more here. I could do more. It could be requirements, and it could have items in there. That's possible. Maybe that's what I need to do. We'll start relaxing out the conditions. So we had a couple of things here, right? We had have an item in inventory. That's doable. Slain enemy. I mean, if they were serialized somewhere, which I would need to do it, then I could do it. It's really just about checking what's in the quest log. I can do all of these things. They don't need to have flags. Okay, I'm committing to it. I'm committing to it. Wow, this is gonna take the rest of the day. For sure, 100%. This is really... Okay. I know. Sometimes you need to play Tetris with yourself, and as soon as you hit the line clear, as soon as you get the 4, and everything just goes, it's like, oh, now I can just do it, you know? How good was that sound effect? That sounded amazing. That sounded so good. There was like a whistle tone over the top. Okay, so all right. So the function here is public void scan project. No, let's go sequence editor first, or event sequence. We have required flags. This becomes list requirement requirements. Now, this is like a list of serializable. I mean, it's literally condition operation. It's an. They are not. No. They're. Expression, which are what did I call these things? Go to conditioner.expression. Funny namespace, Adam. So I'm literally going to create the exact same thing that I've got in. I'll show you. This thing. This expressions, that is going to be, we're going to have a list of those for the requirements. It's actually quite easy. I used to have one required flag. We're going to make this one obsolete too. We're about to do a second one. All right. So, this is a sequence editor. Required flags. And then I'm going to have a thing in the game that takes every single required flag list in the game and dumps its contents into the requirements list, and then I can delete the required flags list. Make sense? So just phase one out by translating it across, and then I'll be able to check more things. So lumberjack, meet hue sequence. Here's our requirements. We can add expressions. So it's already there. I literally can start building it. That was so straightforward. That's literally it. It already exists. So now I need a way in my sequence, in my data library editor, public void copy all sequence requirements to okay. So now expression is a class, which means um I think that's it. I think that's enough. So I'm adding to the requirements list, which I just created, for every quest flag in required flags, I'm adding the operand a new expression with an operand that's of type flag with the quest flag and expects that quest flag to be true. That's what we're going to evaluate. So right up here, there's buttons you can make. Add all event sequence flags to requirements. Up. All right. Shall we? This is a big button press. You click this button, it's going to go through the entire project and copy all of the contents of one list into the other with the new setup. So, go to our data library. Here's the button. Let's first do a commit so that we don't lose anything. Okay, it's time. Fingers crossed. 3, 2, 1, go. It didn't do anything. I didn't see anything happen. That can't have been it. Well, let's check. Wow, it worked. Wow, that was insanely quick. That took no time at all. Whoops. Okay. Well, it's done. Shit. Okay. Yeah, look. All of them. Every time you see one of these, this now has an equal one. So is there anywhere there's a bunch? Yeah, look, hold on. Oh, I got it wrong. It needs to have an and. All of these need to be ands. Okay, we're going to try it again. ex.next operator dot this is a equals operator dot and qf es dot required flags dot index of qf equals es dot required flags dot count -1. If it doesn't, okay, we go again. Forge rise activation sequence. Ready? Click. Done. And. Not and. Shit. I'm surprised it doesn't require me to save them. Why don't they need to save? Did they get serialized? It feels like they're not serialized. Damn, they actually did. They all serialized correctly. Shit. Okay. Holy crap. Is my computer that fast? Why was it able to do that so quickly? Okay. God. And now we literally just... the next thing we have to do is check the requirements rather than the required flags. So this is on sequence player. Can play sequence. Has requirements for each condition expression in requirements. If f dot evaluate return false. Yeah, if none of them evaluate as false, return true. Okay, damn. All right, you know, I rack my brain on this stuff thinking it's going to take me weeks. And it's like less than an hour for some things. You just never know with computers. Like what's going to be horrible and break everything and take ages, and what's just going to be like a very simple, literally nothing, total breeze. Like as good as, you know, even though I'm able to build this, I didn't know if this is what I was going to build. All right. It's like you're trying to solve a maze, you know, and you're like here. And I'm like, I thought I was at a dead end, so close to the exit. And that to get back, I needed to go all the way back to here and try again. But actually, I just didn't realize there was like a gap here, and I could have just gone like, oh, I can just go there. Done. Like, anyway. All right. Well, I literally just need to make sure that required flags is no longer checked. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, because I'm just about to remove that. Quest sequence trigger. I think that's it. I think it doesn't matter. Wait a second. What is this? Quest sequence trigger. What is this? Why do I need this? Okay, sure. That's fine. If it has a flag at all, then it's in the requirements. So we should check. That. Okay, that's reasonable. All right, where else do we use requirements? Required flags, 6 more. So 3 of them were here. So 3 more before they're gone from the project. 1 in event sequence, which is just the definition of it. 2 to set it up, no problem. And then in the sequence player, respond to new quest flag. This is the same question as before. So actually, I'm going to have an event sequence prompt here, a function that says quest flag, public bool, quest flag in requirements. Easy peasy. So our required flags is now referenced 5 times. What's this? Get checked flags. Oh, yeah. Requirements, I guess. Yeah, so this is like for each Okay. And that should be about it. So the requirements now has only 5 references. Not requirements. Required flags only has 4 references. And those 4 references are the thing that we just used to traverse the system. That's fine. 3 times. And then the declaration right here, and then instantiating it. So now we don't need any of that. What I would like to do is just have requirements equals new one of that. I think that's important too. So now I should be able to just run around the game and like use all of this stuff. If the game still runs, I mean, that wasn't good. We got errors, or he just doesn't want to talk to us? Let's go somewhere else. That's fine. Uh-oh. Hmm. There must be something wrong with the function that I wrote for quest flag is in requirements or has requirements. That's okay. Let's have a look. How long? 7 years? It's getting long now. Wait, what? Hang on a second. What are we looking at here? One goes into 1-2. 1-2 requires 1-1 to be true and not on load only. Anytime. There's something not quite right here. I'm checking for all of the requirements to be true, but that's actually wrong. I need to evaluate the expression, but that's not actually it. This thing has a conditional operator, which is now called a condition state manager, which has a condition behavior. And the condition behavior evaluates its condition, which is not an expression, it's a condition. And a condition has a list of expressions. I made a mistake. Okay. I made a mistake. So in the event sequence, this list of expression conditional expressions needs to be not a list of that. It needs to be a public condition called requirement. And this is a class. So requirements has to go now. No. That's better. In fact, this condition, does this have a get flags? No? Okay. Maybe it should have them. Anyway, moving on. So this just becomes s.requirement.evaluate. Literally just like that. When is release? You have to wait. You gotta wait. So quest flag in requirements. For each and requirements dot condition dot expressions. Okay. I think that's all. So now requirements with a plural is just gone now. Hopefully that's all we need to do. Okay. And then data library. This. Oh, what happened here? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, that's gone now. Okay. Cool. All right. I mean, let's go check something a little more complicated. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Okay. So now we should be able to go back and try again. This is really hard. But we can't seem to get it the second time. can't seem to get it. So the sequence player, hey Roberto. I either draw it in the frame exactly, or I have it be in the engine. So I usually have some sort of like for when you attack somebody and there's a big star that appears at the point where you hit them. That's a separate effect that just gets imported and gets called by a different game object. So I don't really have in the game many effects that belong to exactly one animation, but that need to get separated onto a different layer. I don't have anything like that really. Yeah, so here we should be able to play rows 1, 2. I feel like we should be able to play rows 1, 2, which requires rows 1, 1. I'm not really sure what's going on. Unless we're not evaluating correctly. Oh. But like, that would be an issue with like, yeah, I'm gonna have to take this to a different area of the game, like a test area. I leave it in the same animation for me, yeah. But maybe long term, I would make it procedural or something. If it's always going to be exactly shown the exact same way as you drew it, just leave it on there. Unless you need it to be like transparent or something. But even then you could do transparency in the sprite, so it's up to you. Unless you want to like shade it. All right. I need a way to check the condition. need a way to check. If I make a sequence player. And then I just put in this. And I say this requires for us to have, let's call it wake up. Maybe it's not serialized correctly. That could be a thing. It should have saved the assets. That's what I'm concerned about. I didn't see it say saving asset database. So I feel like maybe none of these are, well, we looked in the file and we saw that they were. All right. Hello? Hey. We back? Sorry about that, pals. I don't know what happened. Hey. I don't know what just happened then. But, hopefully we're all back. Looks like we're good. My Wi-Fi dropped out. That's actually what happened. I don't know why I said I didn't know what happened. My Wi-Fi dropped out. I'm using my phone to hotspot. So that's life, unfortunately. It's all right. We're only going to be live for another half an hour. So I can... Okay, Roberto says, if the effect goes beyond the pixels, does something happen? Oh. Yeah, I mean, you can layer it if you really want, but I do it, you know, it works. You can do it in a separate sprite if you want, or you can do it on the same sprite but make the sprite bigger. It's up to you. It's no trouble either way. Okay, so arise unlocked is true is not expressing as true. And I don't know why that's the case. Like, what is going on here? S requirement evaluate is evaluating as false. I mean, e.evaluate quest evaluation is a Boolean, and this only happens on hang on a second. Oh, that's really annoying. Oh, that's all right. Yeah, look, for me, like in my game, I do it all in one. So like, I'll give you an example. I'm in combo 7.ace. So in my game, I'll literally do it like that. I'll make it bigger to fit what I want. But you don't have to do that if you don't want to. It's just, that's what I do. If I need more pixels and I can't make it bigger, then I don't. But then I can separate it out into its own thing. But this way is fine too. All right. So the reason why it's not evaluating is because it's returning this, but this only happens when we are being asked to check quest flag. And this happens like at the start or something like that. Like, it's not something that we can actually evaluate. I don't know why I did it this way. It feels weird. Hey, Felix. Oh man, I'm so tired today. My head hurts. Can't breathe properly. Oh, I might need to go for a walk soon. Hey, Sokraz, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, no worries, Roberto. Okay. So the evaluation, I don't understand why we wouldn't want to do it this way. It feels weird. Everything else is happening live. This is not. This is like, we're like specifically only checking when a quest flag has changed because we, it's like we're checking on like quest update. But even then, that should be okay. None of this is going to get called. None of it's going to get called because we don't have a mono behavior for this. This isn't owned by a mono behavior. So maybe we just don't do this anymore. Maybe we just have a different approach to it. It might just be a dumb pre-optimized approach. I mean, I can do it. I don't know why I didn't do it this way. Let's just do this. All right, we'll just check live. Yeah, now it works. Okay. So literally it was me getting in the way of myself. There's got to be a reason why I did it that way. I'm not sure what it is though. I know there was a reason. I think it's because I wanted to not announce. Yeah, I think it was something to do with like quest flag deferrers and not wanting things to happen until later. And so things that check quest flags should have to wait until they've been set and announced. I guess I could split. If I can't make this work this way, nah, it's not right. This is the right way to do it. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it works. Okay. I suppose I'll commit it. I suppose I'll do that. Maybe I'll go one step further and remove the required flags from the game as well. Just everything. Just hack it off. I mean, what else am I going to do? It's done now. It works. So I don't need to do any more. So now, if I go to rows, oh, these don't exist. That's right, because we just got rid of them. That always scares the bejesus out of me, because the serialized property, you search for them, so they don't have to exist in the game object layer. They don't have to exist in the game at all. Those in the script for it to compile, but they will break in the editor when you're looking for serialized properties. Okay, so this is fine. It's great. There's literally nothing wrong with it. It works now. So now the point behind all of this was that we can commit replaces serialized list of required flags on event sequences with more with more flexible requirements condition. Can contain conditioner dot conditions can contain any kind of evaluatable check, e.g. inventory. Good stuff. That's really, really cool that I was able to build that so easily. Because of the last couple of months of good development I've been doing. Hey, these are all different scenes. The graph is it's an editor that shows all of my scenes in my game. It is custom, yeah. So that's a scene, that's a scene, that's a scene. This is not a scene. This is an editor. This is the scene. All right, so the idea here now is that there should be in this last one, return to hue. Right now, it checks for a honey jar flag, but instead what we want to do is we want to check for an item, honey jar 1 is true. Now we can remove this. Hello. Can you keep that door open? It's really stuffy in here and I'm getting headaches. Hi. Now, this is really vague. So let's go check expression item. It needs an operand item. So this is first or default. Yeah, so it's like it has item is what it is. It should just be inventory. I've been doing this since 2017. This project. Big project. Serialized property is null. Ooh, did I make a mistake by doing that? Ah. Whoops. That's not the thing I needed to change. That's not the label. Property name. No, it should be... how do I make this work? I guess... A simulator? No, I don't use it. I think I know the one. Is it the one where you can run around with the character and stuff? This is a serializable item, and it's just the word item. So what I would really like to do is maybe like something on hover that just actually tells me what it's doing. Unity editor on hover tooltip. I think I have them on Retrobox Editor or something. I can't remember. I did them somewhere. But this is I don't think I can do it very easily. Unity add. How do I add a tooltip on hover in Unity custom editor drawer? Wait, was that it there? Did I just miss it? Oh man, I don't know. I don't think I can solve it right now. I'm like not in a mental headspace where I can try different things. I think you just said it, but I don't know if that's what I'm doing right now, because I'm getting a different property depending on what I'm doing. So when I write draw property, this here is not a serialized property field. Well, I suppose it is here. Oh, I guess it is. So like, do I set up the tooltip back here? I mean, if it's that easy, then I shouldn't worry. Like, how would I assign a tooltip? On the serialized field, serialized object update. Editor GUI layout property field for the property that we're trying to show. Yeah, but the property that we're trying to show is this. This, and it's this thing here. So how do I know what the tooltip is? I don't think I can do it here. So if we can't see it when we hover over it there, then I don't know what to do. I don't know. It's just a little bit it's a bit just a bit ambiguous. It says the word item, but it's like, what is it? It should be called like item check. There's just not a lot of space in the inspector to see that. But anyway, it's no big deal. That might work now, actually. So let's have a look. Spawn item honey jar. That's honeycomb. That's honey jar. Wow, it worked. Why are you flickering so much? It's like he's trying to do something. Anyway, we'll get back to that later. It actually worked. The inventory check is perfect. That's crazy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I can actually delete a flag. So there'll be one missing here. Should have been one missing. Anyway. He's actually animating. What? What the heck? I'll apply Fmod. Couldn't get Fmod system. That's because music is turned off, I guess. Anyway, so now what else? We've got his quest item handlers. We don't need to check honey jar in inventory anymore. We just take the honey jar and give honey ring. We could probably do like a quest complete version of this where you just pass it a quest, but it's the same difference. It might be nice to wrap that in something a bit smaller, but it's all good. All right. There are other things that we could put in here in these checks. I'm a little concerned about sequence. I'm a little bit concerned. Sorry, I'm so My brain's not really working today. So this test quest dialogue here. Right now, we've only been trying this with expressions relating to quest flags, but you can make whatever kind of expression you want. You can even have triggers with colliders. The problem is there's just never going to be a collider that it can find because we're inside of a scriptable object. So it doesn't even know about the scene. So there won't ever be a collider. You could pass one in, but it's not going to remember it. So if I drag this in here somehow, or maybe this over here, it's going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Which is totally fine. So maybe we just ignore that for now. We're not going to ever know. We're not going to be able to shrink the context unless we have a second separate type of condition that only works for serialized stuff. Scriptable condition or something. Interaction is the same. You won't be able to ever get one. But item is good. Flag is good. What else did we describe? Slain enemy or crafted design. So technically we could put item could be design and I think the idea here would be that we have a design inventory in the game. So actually that's pretty reasonable. But maybe I should just call it an additional thing and call it design. Hey, Elzak. Oh, sorry to hear about that. So like operand here has interaction, and then save manager has, not save manager, game system has data, game data has design inventory. And then that's got the status, which includes forged. So we can check, we can have a new operand type called design Yeah. So basically I'm trying to delegate some work. Mr. Balrog, welcome back. So I'm trying to delegate some work to Luca, and I'm trying to help him set up some quests in the game. But the quests are, setting up quests was like the last thing in the game that was like woefully not good. What we used to have here was for every quest in the game, or every event sequence, so every story beat in the game, like where there's dialogue and stuff, we had a list of quest flags that you needed to have set to true in order to do that thing. But if what we needed, if that quest condition was like you had some item, instead what I'd have to do is check the inventory and set a quest flag to true if you have the item in your inventory, and then check the flag, because it was a list of flags that I was checking. But we were having a discussion here on chat, in the chat, and I was talking to Booyah Grandma, who's another streamer and developer, and he was saying, why don't you just have conditions that you can check? And I was like, I do have conditions you can check. So I replaced the quest flags with my expression system that I created like 2 weeks ago, which you can put lots of different conditions, and they can be really complex too. You can do and, or, you can do not. So now you can check for things in the inventory at the quest, at the event sequence level. So that like this guy, if you bring him back the quest item, then the sequence begins. He doesn't have to set a specific flag first. I used to have a game object on him when Armin walked into it that checked if Armin had an item and then set a flag to true. Do you have or/and compound conditions? Yeah, do you know what we worked out? Compound conditions are actually just broken up by the or. Like in logic, you can split and just evaluate them separately. Like it's really straightforward. Check this out. That's it. This is the entire logic for how to do. You could do as many ands and ors as you like, and that's the logic for how to do it. You just take all the ands and evaluate them, and then if any of the ands are true and they're between ors, then that's true. Otherwise it's false. Do you have requests in some document table or just in the project? They're just in the project. They're scriptable objects. The problem is that quests, actually, we've got to talk in with an Irish accent, says Don the developer. For 5 more minutes we'll stream and we'll talk in an Irish accent for a bit, and then we'll head off. So basically what we're going to do is try and get we got these expressions in the game, and we're able to now they say now in such a funny way. It's like Nori got to get the different expressions and take them out. Hang on, got these things in my ears, make it too hard to talk. So now we can get different expressions in the game. We can try and search for different things, but I'd like to also add a couple too. So we need one for maybe that design, as in if you've crafted a thing in the game, we can check that too. Design. And we also need a way to like do it in a way where you can tell what it is you're checking in the inspector. All right. So we got design, and then we got that's item, but it'll be public. Now serializable item is the item and the quantity that we're looking for. But and then we got, what's this here? Drawer. Drawer. How do they pronounce that word? I don't know. Property drawer on GUI. Serializable item. Item quantity. We'll need something like this over there as well for the designs. And then we got serializable item. Serializable item. And then serializable, I guess it's a design, serializable design inventory check. Design check. Design check. Design check drawer. And that's a serializable design check. And then that's pretty good there. So it's a design, and then this is a status. Design. Now, what is this? This is a design status. But they've already got their status and the design, and it's serializable. Wait, no, that's an enum for status, but it's not actually a field that we got in it. So we need a design.status status. There we go. And that becomes design. And then that becomes, I don't know what property is. But we need another one there too. We had quantity, didn't we? This is now status. Status. That's status as well. Status. And then this is design. And there we got that working just fine there. All right, I think that's it. I don't think there's any more to that. I think we're actually finished if we allow that to be where we leave it. But we do need public serializable design check. Design right there. And then we needed our way of figuring out here, case of design. And it's this sort of thing here. Game system dot data dot design inventory dot first or default x equals act dot status. That ain't working. This is a keys and values, and there's a sorted list. What the bloody hell is that? Design inventory. There must be GUIDs. Really? That's so weird. All right, no more Irish. I'm not very good at it. X dot. Oh man. Right, that's it there. I think that's right. So I was still doing it. Hey, Don the developer, thank you so much for the sub. I did my level best. So now hey Ryan. So I think now, as long as this design inventory, I think this is GUIDs. It should say so, but it doesn't. Assuming this is GUIDs, then design.getID, because it's an insignia item, it should be fine. This should be fine. I don't think this list. Oh, should I do contains? Contains key. Let's check. You know what? I bet you it's not. I bet you it's not a full list. We're not doing all designs. No. All right. So there's a bit more to this check than it previously was. So the first thing is ball is in inventory equals contains key. Another switch case. Design.status. So here we can return otherwise it needs to be in the inventory and matching the status. Oof. Okay. Is it UI related? It's actually a developer tool that I'm upgrading. So, here's one test. So now I can go to design. Ooh, serialized property is null. What did I get wrong? If it's the last, well, it's unknown if it's not in the inventory. It's got the little one. That's what you mean, right? The exclamation mark. If it's not in the inventory, or it is in the inventory, and its status is set to unknown. Yeah, that's how it is. I probably shouldn't have. I should have had it either be that there is no unknown status and it just needs to be in the inventory to be known, and then it's known versus crafted. That could have been a Boolean. But originally, the way that I'd set all of this up is that I would deserialize the entire list of all possible designs into the inventory and then set the ones that you don't have to unknown. The reason why I've moved away from that is because I recently rebuilt the save file system into JSON, and I wanted it to be more human editable. So rather than just dump all of the GUIDs of the whole game's worth of content into it and just set them to true and false, Now it literally only contains the stuff that's true. So here it is. Now this is true. Oh, that can still be there. Yeah. So like if you have forged the item, or if you definitely have not forged the item, that's the same thing as saying either unknown or not forged, but known. So that's cool. It works. You can invert it. You can invert any of them. This is true is the not. It's notable. So you could say if you have not forged the bread design and you have some quest flag, then this can play. Cool. I did make that. And then slain enemy. That's the next thing we're going to have in the game. Slain enemies actually is going to be has enemy drops, which is a lot easier because that's going to be inventory. So that's fine. Done. Cool. And if it's an enemy that's like a one-off, like a mini boss or something, then I can just have a quest flag for it. Nice. Okay, well, I'll have to tell Luca about this. Because he's going to need this stuff. I'm just going to message him and then I'll go. I've got to head off. Actually, one sec. Okie dokie. All right. All right. I think that's it. I think I got to jump off. Was there anything else that I needed to do to make this work? So here's the lumberjack. If we go to causality, now this shows pretty well the quest. You meet him, you get the flags, you return to him. That's the whole quest. If you check here, it's pretty much there. I probably should make this. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much for the 10. Ah, thanks, bud. I probably should make it so that these don't feature in the causality system because they're not in the scene graph. I'm on 2022.3 at the moment. Yeah, I probably should remove the ones that aren't in the scene graph. Just because it makes it a little complicated. But in any case, the quest, meet Hugh, 1, 2, 3, return to Hugh. And then over here, we've got quest item handlers. And we should put it up the top here. So this no longer exists. I'm supposed to delete that. Save this. Take honey jar on quest complete. And even this could have been a condition. But it's okay. Yeah. It's fine. It doesn't even need 3 anymore. I think return to Hugh. It's kind of, I think there's something wrong here about this way of building it, where like, what I really want to say is when the quest is finished, you know? And if I look at to be a man, return to Hugh is the last quest flag, but it feels wrong. Maybe I need to tag them a bit better. Maybe we should say end. You know? Or maybe it's like that. Then if I'm looking at this, I can see end up here. It's a bit more obvious. Or even just complete or something. it could be that we... Hey, Ocelot, how's it going? Hey, welcome back. I was just going to show you, Luca, the way that I've set this up. Anime Lover says, if you were to start a new 2D game, would you start with Godot or Unity? For me, probably Unity, just because I've got so much experience in it. But if it was just like a side project, maybe Godot. I'm going to jump into the voice chat, Luca, and just show you what I did today. Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Our conversation like shaped my entire day after that, so I've done nothing else.
Did I sound too confused?
Yeah. No.
No.
I sounded too confused. Okay.
All right.
Let me show you what I've done.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask that we structure these sort of in this way from now on. So you've got like, well, or something like this. So you've got like your quest or whatever. I've got this thing called quest item handlers, and I've got the different things that happen for any quest where there's transactions of items. I thought it would be good to put them here. So it's like take honey jar on quest complete, and then here you can see like the flag. If you have that flag, you get it takes that item, and then this one here gives the honey ring when you finish the quest. I might find a better way to do this, but right now, for quest flags that end a quest, I've got this end in the name just to make it more obvious. Like, oh yeah, like that's when we finish the quest. But maybe I can change that little red icon for the quest flag to like a golden one or something, or do something different.
It's a good idea.
The flags can kind of, I think they can tell when they're at the end of a quest. I can check that.
So they're kind of independent from like the sequence player normally has like a list of like flags or
Yes. Yeah. So the structure is like there's the sequence player, and all it knows how to do is know if it can play cutscenes, right? Then there's the quest, which is this thing, and this knows which flags relate to the quest. So like the congratulations thing that happens at the end of a quest just happens when you get this last one. And the item rewards are also not connected technically to any of that. So there's three separate things. There's the cutscenes that play based on quest flags. There's the quest that has the flags, and then there's just item rewards and exchanges.
Oh, I see. So the item rewards that kind of just happen simultaneously without this knowing about it.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Sweet.
Now,
all right.
I was suggesting on stream earlier that like, oh, maybe we should put them inside the quest, but ultimately we are going to need to do item exchange stuff outside of the end of quests anyway. So to couple it might make it easier to read, but it's not going to make it more powerful to use. So it's just something that we're going to have to keep track of, basically, of when and how items get taken from the player. However, what I have added is a completely different way of doing quest requirements. So like sequence player requirements. So let me give you a good example. Now, the required flags isn't here anymore. Now it's a required expression list, which is like the moving columns.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah.
So now you can do flag, and you can do like item as well. And you can do design. So like if you have forged a design or something like that, and you can have this be and or whatever you want. So you can do all much more complicated logic here if you need to.
And nice. Okay.
Right now, it's just checking to see if we, I did that wrong. If we have a honey jar, then that'll return true. So this basically works like this now.
So in this instance, would it be, I guess it could be either the design was crafted or we have a crafted item.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here you can see like he doesn't know what we're doing. But then if I say spawn item honey jar and then talk to him, Now it works. It's finished. Although he's flickering. I don't know why that happens. That's separate. So
Nice.
yeah, this now works. That saves us one little thing that I was doing before where I was setting a quest flag to true if you walked into his vicinity while holding the item. I had like a component called inventory item check or something like that. But yeah. So I hope that gives you enough direction, like for how you would build it yourself.
Yeah, I think so. And then I can use is he Huey, this guy? Hugh?
Hugh.
Hugh. I can use him as a reference if
Yep.
I get stuck. Yeah.
Yep. If you specifically want for the game to do like a quest start and a quest end, you have to make a quest scriptable object, and you can find where I've put them to see other examples, like type quest, and then they all just live in like assets, data, quests, and then like that. So
okay. And I should be able to make new items and flags and
yep. And you know about like you can always add a flag for a given like when a sequence gives you a flag, you can always press this button to create that flag.
Oh, okay. Instead of going through the scriptables.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Yeah. Same for the timeline asset. You can create them both in line.
Nice.
Okay.
And we still need to create the GeoID for the flags after we.
We never had to do that. It already does that.
Oh.
Oh, you mean in the? So it will fail. Yeah, we never had to create the GUIDs, but you do have to update data dictionary GUIDs.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Sorry, yes. You do have to press that button if you've added a few flags and you want it to like be able to check the progress. Yeah, unfortunately, that's still the case.
Yeah, that's fine. Just making sure. That's all good.
Yeah, all good. All right. Well, I'll see how you go. If you have any questions, please let me know, and then I'll
will do.
help you out. Cool.
All right. Thanks, Adam.
All right. Thanks, Luca.
All right. See ya.
See ya. Okay, and then we've got one more person who's shown up who we could do a meeting with, but I'll chat with them later after dinner. All right, pals. I gotta go. It's been fun. But it's way over time for me to go get some dinner. So thank you all for checking out the stream today. For those of you on Twitch, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to bother rating. Let's just press that. Big thanks to Ryan Chiara for the $10 donation on YouTube. Thank you so much. For anyone else looking to support me, you can also support me on Patreon at patreon.com/AdamCEunice if you want. And that's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until tomorrow.